road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
I'm looking forward to playing against a lot of the new academy teams. I think that brings competition and stakes to the matches, so it should be a lot more fun.
The players. Oh, Geezer running into the molly. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Still in a very tough spot, but Welly didn't need it.
I'm excited to gatekeep teams from going to champion and beating them so they can't go, and maybe us going.
Jerwin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. But Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Jerwin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. It's gone so awry. Geezer ends up finishing off the round.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and then I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
You might sacrifice Tanza, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for Nature. Injured, dead.
Plant, but Sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake. No. Here comes Sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset in map 3.
I'd say that I'm most excited to show as a player and as a team that we can beat everyone easily and qualify for champs.
Down, wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end. What an onslaught of battle, Shio.
I mean, I would just say the possibility to go to champs. I feel like now, like, everyone's dream is to win champions, so be able to, like, qualify through tier 2 is the best case scenario.
1v2, all up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect, and, well, it looks like QOR just lining this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4.
It's been exciting to finally play in tier 2. I don't know. I'm just excited to play. That's all I got. I don't know.
Stallion falls though, and well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B hopping through it though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still needs to clear smoke from this cubby holder from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now smoke has to look 3 different ways at once, and with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill on YFP and make it 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Shopify the most. I like Nature a lot on that team. So other than that, it's kind of unknown. I'm excited to play the academy teams too. A lot of friends there too. But for now, we'll keep it very simple and keeping myself humble for now.
He's got a flash ready. He's got the outlaw too. QOR not careful. GMD, hello! Look at the spawn. You've been infiltrated by the enemy.
I want to show that I could still compete. I do want to come back with some vengeance, and you know, I want to be able to show that I can compete with the best. So
taking a 2v2 near the Viper's wall, and QOR still makes his mark. EG is trying to take angles around, surround, and conquer. Zerona, Mitch work perfectly together, and EG take the pistol.
$29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh, dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh, wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30.
13.
I think 13.
11.
9.
9. In the map pool 7, total like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, there's like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6,250.
6,200.
5,700.
Max shield is 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I would never buy a Ghost. I'm just gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
Plus match shield, 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload? 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload, 5.
6. Bro, I'm actually noob. I'm a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy?
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna, right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds. I have the goats of Valorant on my team who you will be singing tier 1. Like, I'm feeling confident.
To fend for himself solo, and Moose gets checked. As much as I want to hype this up, Flya will get the guarantee. The left for Dad, and they're just going to play together. The winner!
You are a beast. Let's go.
I'm feeling good. Finally, I did something, and I'm ready to win the grand finals.
Straight down the window. Exert 2v1.
What? On this core defense here.
Come on.
When we started off the 2026 Challenger season, we had a couple of questions in mind, but most importantly, we're scouting out these players, these teams, to see who would be the best of them all to be kicking off our season. And now only 2 remain, and we get closer and closer to that answer. Welcome, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America Grand Finals. With the really awesome matchup in store, a best of 5. We could not ask for a better way to be ending off this season. And here to take you through, Sierra Dawn, Roy, and Ash. I just have one question, guys. Are we ready for today?
I have many
Okay,
questions. I will answer
again.
yours
Are
first.
we ready?
No, I'm ready, but I have 3 of my own questions. Okay, first question is, we're at the end of February already. Like, what happened? Second of all, we're in grand finals already. What the hell happened? And third of all, QOR versus SRB. Hell yes, I'm ready, Sierra. Let's do this.
I don't remember Sierra asking you if you had any questions, but I am both ready, but also not at the same time, because I know that it's going to be such a grueling best of 5 here for today's grand finals. It's crazy how quickly this season has flown by, and I'm so excited to crown our stage 1 champ.
And how this could have ended up, there were so many different ways, because once we got into the playoffs, we have seen such an impressive step up from so many of our teams. And looking at that lower finals we had yesterday, I mean, if that's just a taste of what's to come today, we are in for a treat. This was the face-off between QOR and SAD, the 3rd time within this stage these 2 teams have met. And Ash, it was a giga-banger match going all 5 maps to find out who was going to be in the grand finals.
It was so crazy. Like, I can't believe that we ended up going all 5 maps. In some ways, I definitely can. We had so many close ones. That split in that breeze coming down to the 13-11, the 13-10. And then the fact that it caps off with QOR having such a strong performance on an Abyss where things were not looking hot the day prior when they lost that matchup to Shopify Rebellion Black. It was an incredible turnaround from them. I think that we saw everybody stepping up on the team of QOR there. Everyone had their flashy moments. I think Kumi was looking really good heading into that double duelist to help support Smoke and some of these comp changes that we saw coming up from QOR.
And I think this best of 5 kind of gave us like the TLDR summary of QOR's entire identity. Like we almost got to see everything. We got to see that Moose was loose. We got to see Smoke. We got to see Kumi in action. We got to see Flyo flex his brain muscles and show us how creasy his brain is. We kind of got like almost everything, I feel like, with QOR. We got to see them improving on some of their weak maps. It almost feels like every single time we see QOR, we're seeing an updated version of them. It's so sick to see, and them, you know, battling it out in the lowers has been so fun to watch with this match. And we got to see the entire map pool being flexed. We got to see some sick clutches, so many insane rounds, and just overall some solid, good old Valorant.
And even though it was a longer journey and maybe a disadvantage to the map vetoes, I'm at least glad that we got to see QOR within this lower finals, because I think I had a lot of questions still surrounding this team with their map pool, with that troublesome Abyss that maybe could have been. But I feel like yesterday when we got to see SAD Esports try and get rounds together, the way QOR was able to extinguish that, the way that they had changed their approach to this final map, Ash, to be taking it in such a dominant fashion, I feel like this is what we truly needed to flesh out QOR to see that they were ready for this grand finals.
It definitely was, but now heading into this grand final here as well, the other thing that we have to keep in mind is, you know, that's an endurance game. Like going all 5 maps last night, that's taking a lot longer than you would really want to heading into a grand final. And although I don't know like how much SRB necessarily went back and looked at these VODs, how much they were looking to scrub through, but with the amount of support that team has when it comes down to that staff, I would imagine that they were looking back, looking to see the anti-stratting. They'll look at how that Abyss approach even changed. Heading into today, knowing that they do have that advantage with the veto for SRB, being able to prepare for the adjustments that QOR made, it's a very different game for these two teams heading into today, considering, you know, a lot of those time constraints.
And with the best of 5 ahead, we've seen a lot from these two teams, even matched up against each other. But this is going to be that true test. Of course, SRB, this run that they've put together throughout this bracket, only dropping a single map, has been so impressive. And it's time to see going into today if we can see the continuation of that. And it's not just for the grand finals title, everyone. Reminder, this is a 3-stage affair. There's going to be a lot on the line as we continue on forward. And if you know who's made it to playoffs has gotten some valuable circuit points for this chance at LCQ. Of course, stage 3 champ just moving on into America's play-ins. But this could be the difference maker when we get down into those later stages. So a win here, get as many points as possible, is going to be key for the continuation of these teams going on throughout the year. But with that all being said, it's time to narrow in on this grand finals we have going into today. QOR going up against Shopify Rebellion Black. 2 teams with immense growth, Roy, from where we saw them day one.
Yeah, and 2 teams with completely different stories as well. Now they're facing off in the grand finals of Split 1. SRB, they started off looking so shaky. There was so much uncertainty surrounding this team's like ability and whether they were going to mesh in time for playoffs. But I feel like most of that noise is kind of just behind us now. And they seem like they have peaked at the perfect time. They've gone undefeated in the upper bracket. They've only dropped 1 map, like you were saying before. So they're looking fierce. And on the other hand, QOR went completely under the radar in the beginning, but they've caught everyone's attention. They were shoved into the lower bracket by SRB, and now they're here. They're looking for the revenge, and they're looking for that split 1 win and the spotlight once again.
And talking first about Shopify Rebellion Black and talking about where there was maybe those doubts early on with the roster is we get to see players we didn't necessarily expect playing together all come together. Ion on loan and also picking up a different role. We get to see Exa, who I mean, we know of what he's done in the past, Ash, but being able to see him now with this team's really nice. And I had the questions, but every game I feel like we've gotten to see more and more from this team. And there's a reason they're able to make this upper bracket run.
And I think that when you take a look at the coaching staff here for Shopify Rebellion Black, this team being headed by Effys, we knew that it was a bit more of that project roster at the beginning of the year, that it was going to take some time for these players to look to gel together, to get a feel of how they wanted to make this system work and what that was going to look like. And they've only gotten better, like you were saying, Sierra, with time. And I think that when you take a look at the experience on this roster, that like great mix with also just like that zoomer kind of energy that players are like Ion, like Exa are going to be bringing to the table here. And then rounding that out with a satellite who is able to play, it seems like ever since like swapping off that duelist and then going to Sun Academy last year and now to SRB, he plays everything under the sun like you were talking about there, Roy, which has been such a key part to Shopify Rebellion's success, to be able to like build out these really interesting compositions while everybody else can maintain their comfort roles.
And I think that's a special thing with this roster. Is it's kind of hard to look at any singular person and being like, yeah, this is the win condition. Yeah, this person is the reason why they're winning or they're losing. Like it feels like every player has so much value in every single role, and it feels like they're only getting more and more comfortable, and that ceiling is rising. But with every single match and with every single rep, it feels like. But I do want to remind us that the last time this team made it this far, the last time this org has made it this far was split 1 of last year. Now they have the revamped stat, they have the revamped roster, they have the revamped coaching staff. They're looking to run it back. They're looking for that prestige once more. And just again, a reminder that this team was built with really only one goal in mind. It's to win. And now they're in the upper, they made it through the upper bracket. They have the veto advantage and they're in a really good spot to contest this split 1.
I mean, Effys and Odorous are no strangers to building out these champion-worthy rosters, and being able to see what work they've done with this squad of 5 has just been so impressive as they're 1 match away from taking that title. But talking a little bit more about the experience of the team and someone, too, that you can really count on in any sort of match, we have to talk about Xander, because Xander we've known to be just so reliable. And yeah, sure, maybe you don't know who to look at for pop-offs within any series, but Xander last series certainly was a pop-off of his own.
Yeah, he was insane. He was making insane plays in that last series up against QOR to be able to knock them down to that lower bracket. And then overall, when you're looking at his performance throughout playoffs, he's the best performing controller player right now. In heading into this grand final, I think that his consistency is such a boon for Shopify Rebellion Black. Like his ability to anchor, to also be that supportive role in moments when his team needs it, he can do it all.
I think for me, the kind of the thing that goes under the radar for Xander is the fact that, you know, he's been an IGL before. He has a lot of that macro mind. So when it comes to like disruption, when it comes to like putting a wrench in people's game plans, I feel like his brain is in a unique position that not many controllers in this league have, right? Like in terms of stats, he's putting up those performances. He's challenging the top players in the league, but he also has this brain and he knows how to put the puzzle pieces. He knows how to disrupt these teams, and that puts him in a unique spot to get so much value for this roster.
And value he has. It has been really impressive to see. And if he's getting that sort of value going into today's series, that's going to be a tall ask coming out of QOR. But QOR has continued to just surpass expectations. Again, a roster that was really under the radar starting this out, which is crazy to say, Roy, when you see a roster with Moose and Flya, but they've made sure to just keep showing up and force more of the conversation to be about them. And now today is the opportunity to prove that they are the team in this entire thing to watch out for.
I mean, from under the radar to the spotlight, right? They've taken that attention away from bigger names like M80, EG, NRG. Now they're here. They're making a name for themselves. It's almost impossible to sleep on this roster. And I feel like they kind of have a different story, but the identity is almost the same with SRB in the sense that they have, you know, Flya, this very young, very experienced now IGL. He's a young leader in the making. He's looked so good strategically. And in terms of like pop-off potential, he's had it as well. You're bringing in Moose with literally over a decade almost of FPS experience. He's that person that he's the anchor, he's the rock, he's the person that's, you know, like filling gaps, bringing in that calmness and kind of the chaos, if you will. But they're also bringing in these 3 new hot shots, right? They're bringing in Note, Kumi, Smoke especially. He's kind of making a name for himself. I mean, people didn't even know who he was before the season started, and now as everyone, you know, hashtag smoked, everyone's talking about him. He's showing us what he's up to. He took the duelist role and he's capitalized on it so well, it feels like.
And I kind of want to call back to yesterday's matchup as well for this core roster, because I think when I was defending myself during those predictions, Sierra, I was talking about, okay, I believe that this is one of those teams that can actually, you know, come back from a hard fought loss. And I think yesterday was that big test for them, because sure, they suffered a loss right at the beginning of the Swiss stage, but since then they were on a major win streak. And I feel like there were probably questions about how they were going to look to bounce back after a very dominant Abyss and a split that slipped through their fingers. And the fact that they're able to make these adjustments back-to-back days, I think that's what really impressed me about Core, and I'm here for the revenge arc today.
I want to talk about those adjustments, because when we get to see this team going that back-to-back, adapting on the fly, I think could be something that could be a little bit more difficult to really be able to, like, okay, are we going to test this in the lower finals? But they adapted, they changed up, and Ash, we got to see them set up one of these win factors for the team, Smoke, in a really big way. You had called out maybe getting to see a little bit more of him on this Yoru, being able to capitalize on that pop-off he had yesterday, and sure enough, the team pivoted, they adapted towards that, and Smoke was able to help deliver them this win.
Yeah, he was. It's not to say that he doesn't look good on, you know, the Waylay, but that Yoru, it's just the way that he looks to play it, that more like slower, measured control play, a lot more like contact style. He's not always going to be the type that's like taking these like crazy TP-ins. He's going to have an outlaw. He's going to have an operator in his hands looking to take a couple of angles, and then the swaps for some of those comps that you're talking about there to integrate more of the double duelist on maps like Corrode, for example, with Kumi being on that Waylay. It helps take a bit of that additional pressure off of him when it came down to that space creation. Very nicely done by Core yesterday.
And I feel like Smoke has been such a key ingredient for the success that Core's had on their defensive side that have looked so strong. I feel like the operator, his abilities, intuition to find picks, to kind of find his value in such a, like, it feels like an extremely fast-paced, very chaotic meta. It feels like he's still finding so much consistency, and his understanding, his intuition, his instinct in those moments where, you know, every split second matters is so high, and he just gets so much value. And it doesn't even feel like he gets the value. It feels like he steals the value. Like, he knows how to disrupt you. He knows how to play fast. But when it comes to playing slow, it feels like he's in full control in that pace as well. So a very well-rounded, very unique piece in this lineup.
And this lineup, even though it's built out of these unique pieces that I never would have foreseen going into the split, how everyone has come together to be able to build this winning roster has been so impressive. But let's talk about the history we've seen throughout the split, throughout these two teams, because this is going to be the third time they've matched up, with the first time being way back, like midway split. This was for Core to qualify in. And Roy, it was definitely a close affair.
Oh, it was so close. The first map, 17-15 on the Corrode side. That was the only map that SRB took from them. And of course, the split, we saw how good of Core has been on that map. And Pearl has been, the split and Pearl have pretty much been their bread and butter. So not surprised to see this scoreline. This was in the beginning of this month. It's been a little while since their last match as well. I mean, the last match happened a few days ago, but this series is certainly going to play. And I feel like the map pool will be interesting. I'm sure we'll revisit that here shortly.
I mean, talking about the fact that they've played very recently, this is a matchup we got to see again going on within this playoff bracket. And this is one too where at this point, Ash, we've seen a little bit more of Shopify Rebellion Black and this growth that they've had, and they showcase that so strong. Sure, we got that OT map 1, but a really strong map 2, and that is what sent Core down into that lower bracket.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy best of 3 when it came down to this upper bracket. I think that when we saw that split, Core were probably kicking themselves after that loss. Like, it comes down to overtime. They had originally, you know, an 8-4 lead in that first half and just weren't able to hold things down on defense. And I think that we did see the adjustments that we needed to have Core make in yesterday's matchup up against the likes of Saudi Sports. But overall, that Abyss just looked so dominant, right? Like, we knew after looking at this veto that Abyss was going to be a really big question mark, considering how, you know, comfortable Shopify Rebellion look on that particular map. And then when we saw the Cypher comp, I think we had a lot of questions, but the adaptations did end up coming through going into yesterday as well. I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table, because when we do look at all of these maps that these two teams have faced off against, Shopify Rebellion, they did have that extra day to do a little bit of that extra cooking.
Yeah, and going into a best of 5 grand final, we just saw Core with a best of 5 yesterday, but still questions about this map picks and bans and just kind of this map pool that we see, Roy, because looking at SRB, of course, they get the advantage to ban out 2, and I feel like that can start to be really troublesome really quickly for Core.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Core is the fact that it feels like on the 3 bread and butter maps that they play, which is Split, which is Pearl, which is Breeze, you can see their record on those maps. They're insane. On those 3 maps, they look like the best team in the league. But it feels like the other 3 maps, you know, this is a 7 map pool. So the other 3 maps, Corrode, Abyss, Bind, they've looked extremely shaky. So that's a bit of a problem when it comes to best of 5, especially when you have the veto disadvantage. It's going to be SRB choosing out to ban 2 maps. I feel like they're going to ban one of Core's best maps, maybe 2 of their best maps, and they're going to force Haven, which has been their permaban the entire season. And it's also going to be extremely problematic when we go into this and kind of seeing what the map veto is going to look like. But I feel like the way that SRB is set up right now, well, yes, they do have, you know, 1 super good map, actually 2 really, really good maps, Abyss and Haven. It could be a little bit problematic for Core because they're well-rounded on Corrode. They're well-rounded on Bind. They can play Pearl, right? They can play a lot of these maps. So I feel like with SRB's in a really good spot coming in from the upper bracket here in this series.
I will say, though, despite how this looks on paper, we kind of had set up the same narrative yesterday with SAD and Core to where we were worried about the tail end of the series. If we did go that 5 maps, we had questions about this Abyss. We had questions about the map pool and maybe a slower start to the series. And Core was able to, again, Ash, the word has been adapt and overcome. So I'm curious then going on into today, there's been so much Valorant back to back to back, but I feel like going into this map pick and ban, we can't be too doomer about it because we've already had that surprise. And with our official map pick and ban, I want to send to that and start answering a couple of our questions for how this series is going to be shaking up. And I feel like we're not necessarily seeing a surprise coming out of the bans, but Ash, I'd love your take on the ordering we're seeing for how this is going to go.
I think when it comes down to that order, I feel like Roy hit the nail on the head, right? I think heading into the Abyss first, I'm a little bit surprised that it's actually not Haven to start things off, but overall, maybe it's later in the series because it's more of that unknown quantity. SRB don't really know what to expect from Core on that, but they know what this Abyss looks like now, right? Like they watched the adjustments that Core were able to make in yesterday's match up against SAD, how they've changed, you know, how Moose is looking to set up, how they're setting up for a lot of those fast floods where Core will be starting out on that defense first. They can really anticipate how they're going to look to contest a lot of those retake spaces. And I think that it really does make a lot of sense for how this has panned out. I really can't disagree with anything that Roy put out on the table earlier.
Yeah, I think I actually kind of like the fact that they didn't pick Haven first, because I feel like if you pick Haven first in a best of 5 and somehow lose it, that is such a morale boost to Core for the rest of the series. Like you almost don't want that as the first map, right? Just in like the small chance that it doesn't go your way. So I feel like it's kind of a smart to just leave it as a 3rd map. If you happen to win the, you know, one of the first 2 maps or both of the first maps, then you're kind of looking very good to go on that really strong map and the permaban for Core. But I mean, just looking at Abyss, I feel like obviously I'm leaning very heavily for SRB. It's looked like one of their best maps. They have a very unusual composition on it that a lot of teams have struggled against. And when it comes to Split, yes, that is one of Core's best maps, but it's a map that they've gone toe-to-toe on. So it's not like a Core guaranteed map. It won't be a freebie by any means. So I feel like there's a ton of pressure for Core to get one of these first 2 maps. Like they almost have to get one or both if they want a full shot on this map.
I'm still so intrigued about that Haven with the fact that it has been the ban out coming out from Core for so long. So I'm kind of curious what's going to be cooking up there, if maybe there is something up their sleeve, or if that's just going to be a little bit of a flat point mid-series. But going on into the series, again, best of 5 with 2 teams with very, very different tales. But I also want to then talk about our expectations going into this match, because the predictions have been what we've been talking about all this time, and we love to try and put our money where our mouths are. But how did we kind of feel like this series was going to go? Ash, I know you've been in one camp solely for the entirety of this stage.
Okay. Guys, I'm loyal. I am loyal. I put my money on Core for this series again. I think that when we're talking about a team that was able to have a major bounce back up against Shopify Rebellion Black, that loss, I should say, and then heading into that best-of-5 series versus SAD, it really spoke to me to like the endurance that they have as a team, and then also like their mental capability of like resetting heading into the next day. I also love a good revenge story. You know me, I'm all about the storylines here as well. I think that this core roster is one where when their backs are up against the wall, they should be able to like pull out insane results, like whether it's hero plays, whether it's like those adjustments on the fly that we did see and the anti-stratting that we saw yesterday too. It's not to knock Shopify Rebellion Black by any means. Like that's an incredibly strong team. It was a hard prediction to make today, but gotta stick with my boys.
Listen, Ash, I respect your loyalty. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not loyal at all. Okay, I've been voting Core all season long. I've been voting Core all season long, and I'm gonna abandon ship. Not even a player thing. Okay, it's not a player thing. It's not a talent thing. It's not an IGL thing. It's strictly a map pool thing. And the fact that SRB's coming in with the upper bracket, they have that veto advantage. I think they have that in the bag. But the one thing though, I will support you, Ash, is I think Core will surprise us, and they have surprised us. I think their ability to adapt, not even just like swapping comps on the fly, but just being able to change their game plans and kind of play in a completely different style is actually could be the key. And I feel like they've been such a hot start team as well, where they win a lot of pistols and they have a lot of those explosive, starts. I feel like that momentum could be tricky for SRB.
For me, this was an extremely difficult one to predict because I feel like player to player, these teams have been so well matched. But I was looking at other factors going into this. Two things that we haven't necessarily talked about is for SRB, the majority of the team is boot camping. That's just going to be a different environment that they have going on into this. Not just any match, but for a best of 5, I think that's going to be so good for their momentum. But also, we see Effie's on the one side. Core have gotten this far, and correct me if I'm wrong, they don't have a coach. Like, this is something that they've done, this run that they've put together. They have a manager who's put in a lot of work, but I feel like those other factors, when we get into a series that Ash really should be this tight, that I'm kind of looking to those to maybe just put SRB over the edge.
I can't blame you for that either. I also can't blame Roy for his point about that map veto too. Like, it is such a huge advantage there for Shopify Rebellion Black, but I truly am holding on to that surprise factor here from Core. The fact that they're able to just catch you off guard sometimes, especially when you're looking to doubt them. This is a team that I think that it continues to fly under the radar, and I feel like they could pull it off today.
I mean, let's start talking about this first map then, because this is where we got to see that surprise yesterday. Abyss is going to be where we're kicking this off. I feel like at this point, we've got to see enough of what Core can do with this composition. We're not really switching it up. So, Roy, if we're not expecting changes, how do we think these teams are going to go toe-to-toe?
Yeah, let's recall back to the last time we saw this game, right? For me, the big kind of crux of the issue for Core was the fact that they were kind of underestimating the amount of sheer utility that SRB had on those site hits, right? We saw how easily they were overwhelming, but SRB picked up on a lot of those clues. Like, they knew that, Core was going to feel desperate. They're going to battle us a lot. They're going to fight into us a lot to try to disrupt us while Core's on the defensive side, right? So it felt like SRB had a perfect read. They played slow. They waited for Core. They walked into their hands. It was free pickings. And when it came down to it, they just grouped up and they just slam sites, a full util overload. I feel like that's a really good game plan. And I feel like for Core, they're going to need something a little bit more than just, yo, let's just fight them LOL. Like, there needs to be a little bit more layers to how they're setting up, who's playing where are we doing, how are we disrupting it, can we punish, some of these defaults that SRB is running, like, how do we do it, right? So I feel like now that there's like, a little bit of sample size, there's a little bit of data, there's a little bit of an understanding in the server and a feel of in the server of how this is going to play out. So I would not be surprised to see them just swap up the game plan completely, swap up the style entirely.
I think that we did see a few of the answers to the questions that you have in yesterday's matchup up against SAD there for Core, though. Like, the adjustments that they made for how they're setting up defensively. They weren't going for as many of those aggressive, like, first engagements with that double duelist. And then I think that when you're looking at how they're going for a lot of those fast floods. Sure, I know Shopify Rebellion Black are going to have that kind of understanding of, yeah, we're gonna have like trips up in like tower. They're gonna be more towards like backside. Moose is gonna be playing offsite. They'll play the fast flood in response. And I think that when you look at the amount of the sheer utility that Roy was just talking about, on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. I think the major adjustment that I'm going to be able to look for here on the side of QOR is going to be really good timings, maybe with flanks coming in. Like, you want to be able to disrupt their ability to play the intensive post plant that this composition that Shopify Rebellion and Black like to run is able to enable. With the fact that they're facing off against each other for the second time now, both should be bringing anti-strats. They should be bringing a very good understanding of what the other team is looking to accomplish. And it's going to come down to, I think, the adjustments in those mid rounds to make the difference here on map number 1.
I mean, again, we're getting a switch up. We're again getting a different composition coming out from QOR. No longer is the Cypher. You talked about this counter utility, everything else. So Vi's instead, Roy, how does this change things up?
I actually really like this pivot, to be honest. I feel like the Vice wall puts things into a completely different pace, right? You can't just util dump and overload it. There's gonna be people stuck behind the utility. There's gonna be people that are be walled off. The vines will be hard to get through. I feel like it puts a lot of pressure on Shopify Rebellion to be very precise with that initiator utility. So my eyes are on to see how Moose is setting up, how they're playing around the fact that they have a Vice now instead of a Cypher, and how it's going to change the pacing on the defensive side, where it relieves a little bit of the pressure for QOR to just like aimlessly walk down places and just kind of coin flip off the round starts. So I like this change. And for Shopify Rebellion, I want to see the similar ideas, right? Just try to bait out the wall, be very patient, be very slow. And when it comes to those site hits, just util dump and go.
If we're still expecting those fast flood retakes from the side of QOR, I think that the other thing, not just, you know, the stall ability to be able to shift the tempo there from SRB's attacking side, but the Arc Rose is also going to make a big difference in being able to also fight back into sites compared to the passive Cypher util that you'd normally be seeing that wouldn't have as much impact in those kinds of moments. I'm looking forward to seeing the adjustments that QOR brings to the table.
Every time we have seen QOR on Abyss, we have seen a different look coming out of them. A switch up yet again on the day. It's time to see if this is going to be the best look of them all, as it's going to be yet another rematch between QOR and Shopify Rebellion Black. This time in the grand finals. It's time to get started with map number 1. See who is going to come out on top with your casters, none other than Marks and Tenric.
For some, it would be the extra points. For others, it could be just something to build on your resume. For most of us, I think, it's just those sweet, sweet bragging rights. The grand finals of Stage 1 North America are here, Marks. QOR and Shopify Rebellion Black, a rematch that will break the tie that they have amongst themselves now. Glory is definitely at the front of a lot of people's minds here, but obviously, here on Abyss, the Vice sticks out more than anything else.
The Vice 100% is it. I really do like this adaptation. I think that last time we saw these two teams go on this map, excuse me, you saw the Cypher come out from Moose trying to copy some of Team Liquid's strategies, right? But the issue was Nats is kind of that guy who could just kind of go out there and find 2 kills for the rest of the team. So it was a little bit different, right? And oh my goodness, especially for the SRB composition, which is very heavy in a lot of this stuff that can be very disruptive, but most importantly, bust a lot of the Cypher utility. And I think Roy made an excellent point specifically about the wall that can be put up. That sure gets so much additional space, and it allows for just a little bit more to be introduced that you can't really take off the board for Shopify Rebellion Black. QOR continuously innovating, and let's see whether or not it's going to work to flip the script compared to what we saw from these two teams the last time they faced off on Abyss.
Yeah, especially against such an unconventional composition on the other side for Shopify Rebellion. In jumps Zion for the opener, and there's the first use of that shear. You put it up on the entrances to these sites to be a much more consistent stopgap than the trap wire. Same for the flank watching when you're switching around. It's something you can't smoke on. Oh, Flya into open space. First one to go down, as Shopify will start to extend and stick this spike.
We get to see a little bit of a regress here, but once again, the Shopify Rebellion Black composition, it's just all to spam down and play that post plant so easily.
Yeah, they're gonna hold this down. Second everybody exits, Ion enters the smoke, and it's just smoke left. Ion can take care of him too. Is that an attempt at a knife? At the end there, might have run out of bullets, but Shopify will stay standing with the 3 members of the team who have in fact won a stage of any challengers before, with Exa taking Korea, and then Xander and Ion taking North America previously. QOR has 0 previous winners of any stage of challengers thus far, so big breakout for them here in this match.
that was also really funny because you saw the look on Ion's face like, oh, well, yeah, just another day at the office. Finds that kill with the shorty just at the end there. And I wanted to emphasize something specifically about that point I made with all of the stall utility, right? Like you expect Shopify Rebellion Black to get that spike down and then kind of hang back. They change it up this time, though, to try and introduce more chaos as Ion is just popping off.
And 0.25s to help shield them against the body shots that Ion has to take. Smoke is just going to take the easy route to keep Ion from getting all the way to that convergent pads by round 3. He's pretty damn close already, though, and that's a nice quick pickup by SRB.
Yeah, it really is just an easy round. Sometimes you see these teams just like, oh, maybe we'll just hop off the edge there. And you can tell Smoke was the person who was just like, yeah, I think that's just it for me. So let's just GG go next round.
Just to be.
Just whoopsies and I'm gone. One thing, though, that I do want to highlight, specifically what I noticed between these two teams 2 days ago when they faced off in the winners final, was Shopify Rebellion Black did a fantastic job at keeping Smoke in check. That is one of the biggest win conditions for any team that does face, because you see the impact that Smoke can have, especially with a sniper rifle on this Yoru. So that's going to be something that I want to see SRB continue to pay attention to.
Yeah, so true. One of the threats that had to be continuously just avoided by other teams because he couldn't be stopped. If Shopify have an answer to him, they have an answer to QOR. Moose, the first to step up. Very consistent fragger previously on Abyss. Now with the switch on the agents, should still have that same high level of aim. Flya attempting to once again get an early word in on the bridge, but turned to and dealt with. Shopify now having the 5v4 on post.
And I like this. The flood coming through from QOR this time. And oh, there goes that wall.
Yep, that sheer doing a whole lot of work. But even still, Shopify can split the diff here. Kumi from the back, the only one remaining, and no justification to keep trying at it when the eco is already so bad. And Shopify, I mean, even with half the army gone, they still hold it down. Satellite stands alone on the site, and they're somehow able to work with it. They might cut Kumi off here too.
Oh man, they know where Kumi is at this point, so it is going to be that hunt down. But what is going on for Shopify Rebellion Black? I mean, they get stuck on the other side of the sheer, and yet still they come out swinging and are able to kill every single member of QOR who floods in, despite the fact that they were cut off from the rest of their team, despite the fact that one of them had a Spectre. That simply is just something you do not expect, but at the same time is showing just kind of the prowess from Shopify Rebellion Black and what some of these players are capable of with their aim and, you know, being able to counter QOR, despite the fact that they had a really strong play there, and completely goes to the wayside. Like, QOR should have easily been able to find those couple of kills and swing the round back in their favor, but somehow SRB, they walk out with a little bit of a miracle play, if you ask me.
I think the great thing about a comp like this is that you can send Ion and kind of willy-nilly on top of the sheer, and then you can time yourself to jump into it with Xander and Satellite afterwards, and then just flood and flush with util until it's expired. Because it's not hard to burn, what, 8 seconds with an Astra and a Teo? Like, that's nothing to these guys. So if they can time it when exactly they want that sheer to go up, they can control the rhythm of the fight, even with Moose's utility up, which was also such a driving factor in where the attacking team was rotating on Abysses prior.
At the start of this round, we saw the information getting gathered just outside of B. Good job for Xander keeping that in check, but Moose is going to be challenged here, and here comes the recon drone. Shot down, so Moose is hit it.
There's the rush in from Ion, looking for the shorty shot, but Smoke stays stuck up with the bandit, grabs the first blood. Now everybody from QOR trying to find their pieces on the one-ways in the smokes, and they've got quite the crowd going. Nice decoy sent in, but the rifle still spraying down, and Xander and Nature holding themselves on their own in the smoke, while Satellite takes the high ground. Kumi can't find the backstab in time to make a dent, and Shopify will take that anti-eco in stride.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's just a little bit of nerves coming out from QOR. Moose's position there was perfect. Make sure you guarantee the rifle, and then you see all of these stuns kind of happen here. We know Shopify Rebellion Black rely very heavily on Nature's utility. That time around, we got to see it in the Owl drone, but every single time they're making sure to do their due diligence. And the fact that Moose kind of goes hidden for a second, once again, there are these openings that QOR are finding in Shopify Rebellion Black. However, round after round now, we haven't seen them be able to capitalize onto it, and it just kind of comes down to that chaos that SRB come out on top.
Here's the step up from Smoke, operator in tow. The drone is going to go high, but Smoke is able to ping out Nature off of the release. God, the one time they don't decide to go low with that Owl, and they might regret it. Kumi is caught in the convergent pads as Ion makes the approach. Will catch the other in Kumi, and still spray down Smoke. That's unreal. And that resets the site for SRB yet again.
That is so tough. SRB completely just slapped that round out of Core's hands. A great aggressive play coming through, but here comes Fly and Note.
Double up, and Ion is ahead of it, finds at least one, Note trades it through. But you have such a good post-play setup from here. You got the three guys that do it the best. Note can star himself off to start. Salvo into the gravity well, so he has to leave it early, and that's already so much time burned off, man. Note showing off the barrel too, so he's revealed, but Moose is the one that's taking the defuse. He's gonna stick it to half, and the nade only stops one. Moose is not getting enough attention paid to him, and Core are gonna get away with the defuse. Shopify's structure that was meant to hold them down this whole half will crumble in round 5.
As soon as you said it there, they were like, oh, they got plenty of stuff to stall with.
I
looked at their utility, and I was like, uh-oh, a lot of that stuff is non-existent currently, especially after Satellite drops all that stuff down. And yeah, maybe it was just a little bit of miscommunication going on. I think I saw the suck happen at the exact same time as the salvos got put through. But honestly, that round, like, you know, we're talking about smoke. We're talking about smoke, having that operator on this Yoru, the impact that comes through, and still SRB are able to come back into it. A little bit of a flounder there, but if SRB continue to just kind of make sure they win those initial fights, then they should still be in this advantageous position.
No need for Moose to move the util this time around. That Rose can stick around in the right spot for the default. But Ion in this Nebula actually has a moment, so they got to double up on him. Smoke at least opened up upon, so they'll keep the single file going through danger, but on Heaven, they can swing back out and take over personnel-wise. Spike dropped, Xander alone, and backstabbed again. Core have enough time to overwhelm despite the approach.
And that time, it just felt like SRB were a little bit split off from one another. It felt a lot more just kind of like marching in one by one on all these different angles, and where we've seen them just continuously win those gunfights in these previous rounds due to a little bit of whiffage coming out of Core. That time, they're not able to secure it, and then you see the specialty of Core come through. You know, making sure they continue to work the site, play on these weird angles, and all of the members on the site at the very end there, you see them all swap up and take a different angle. So even if one goes down, someone's going to be able to get that backstab. And now they've got 4 ultimates online, and Satellite taking a little bit of damage there, but with everything kind of looking the way that it does, Core should have a firm grasp on this round.
Yeah. Feels like they can be as confident as they need to be outside of the Vice util, so the double step up from Kumi and Note is really proper. Being said, Tejo's cleared out all of this mid-sighting, so Ion's in a bit early, and Kumi once again faltering in the duelist duel. Those whiffs cannot keep happening. Note following up though, and Satellite getting chased down by Fly as Hunter's Fury. The crowd's been caught and crushed.
A completely different look coming out from these two teams on this match so far. I mean, it was looking very one-sided for Shopify Rebellion, but Core have very handily kind of destroyed everything that SRB are doing, and I really think it kind of comes down to just their map control and map awareness. Multiple times now, we've seen SRB getting caught off guard just by a little bit of awkward positioning from Core. And that awkward positioning is perfect because, once again, the backstabs come through. Sure, they just use that Hunter's Fury there to make sure that they can find a bit more, but at the same time, now they've got their last ultimate online, so it's still 4 ultimates available for Core as these rounds continue to kind of stack up in their favor. Great ult cycling coming through from Core.
Absolutely. Yeah, it feels like they have so much sustain available, and that will let them get to the site that they need to in time. Shopify's attacks do feel a little elongated because they understand the ceiling of how much space they can gain off of this combo of the Teo and the Astra and the Waylay. And it feels like they're really reaching for the stars every time they become committal, just going for the long haul instead of sequencing out their push because they want to maximize the util. And in doing so, Core, they have enough time, they have enough space and resources to be able to kind of meet the threat. Unless Kumi and Note meet it early, those are flicked to with 2 Guardians, damn it! And now, Shopify starred out, takes over the B side with ease, and Satellite on this lurk might actually find some purchase now that he hasn't droned his way through it. Flya already going through spawn. Not sure if he was spotted. Oh, not in time, that's for sure. And everybody on Core is taking some disrespectful shots. Satellite, now able to hear that, quickly counteract what was left of Flya's space to make. But Core, now understanding that there's only 3 left on the site, could perhaps approach a little bit quicker, and Moose does have that Steel Garden available to make these fights pretty trivial, but nature off site. Really tough to approach this. And as the time ticks away, tougher to justify too.
Wow,
Moose
yeah.
is going to settle for a Guardian, and Core goes for the late save to hand the round to Shopify. Still keeping the 4 ultis. Oh, but maybe not these guns. Okay.
They'll be able to walk away with a couple of their guns, specifically that Odin being the most important impact there. But this is kind of the scariness of the SRB composition, and especially knowing that Effie's once again leading as coach here for Shopify Rebellion Black. We know it's just going to be that util spam. And you see the reason why Satellite is the one who is consistently lurking. It's because, yeah, Satellite's able to find those kills midway through. Satellite's been having a pop-off couple of games the last time we've seen SRB. But at the same time, you know, you can use those salvos from pretty much anywhere, and they will hit their target. You can use the Armageddon from pretty much anywhere. There is a lot of that utility that almost is global on this map. And so it's perfect to allow Satellite to not only be that pressure in your backline, but then that utility is still very much available as long as Satellite's still lurking in that middle presence.
This drone continuing to be a really good nuisance for the starting 15 of that mid presence. It's going to be droned back out by Flya. There's a rush in by Ion. He decides to stick it in smoke with the track on the Odin. Just going to keep firing until he gets traded out. Moose not able to get anything off the Rose. That felt like it got everybody too.
It's like that split second before the Rose detonates, and they spot that one out and find it, but here come the reinforcements.
Yeah, head popping out. Is there enough time, though? Shopify, have they already gotten on enough? There's the concuss to stall a little bit longer in heaven. Knives still not hitting for Kumi, man, but Core luckily have that babysitter attached. Note, able to make sure that all of this can work out. He is taking over single-handedly. And now gonna launch that Cosmic Divide. Armageddon down on the spike to go for the stall, and spots 2 behind the boxes. Just gonna start spamming, see what he can do. Satellite ends up catching 1, but the Nova Pulse on the other side prevents 1 from firing. Nature's gotta hold it all down on the spike, and there's enough health from Flya to maintain the defuse, while Note continues to shred. Core are playing with fragments of players, and yet still carrying through.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy just how consistent SRB are on that initial fight, right? Like you see them go in there, they're finding the kills. That's all said and done. But then actually these retakes coming through from Core have been so solid and consistently in this composition where SRB are hoping to just spam their utility to be able to win it out. Somehow Core are flushing the utility out of them pretty early on and then taking advantage of all the space that SRB has afforded them. That time we do see quite a few ultimates come in from both sides, but most importantly is Note's Cosmic Divide, because it takes away the information from Shopify Rebellion Black to identify when they should be using things. And look at it, like they got the Hunter Syria, they got the Armageddon out from SRB, to very important like stall
so huge
ultimates that you could use to kind of play that post plant, but SRB just a little bit too quick with it, and as a result there's nothing left for them to use, and Core walk away with yet another kind of stealthy defuse.
Yeah, it's all so much earlier than you would like here for Shopify Rebellion. There is still somehow not enough in the well. Core is doing an amazing job at causing droughts early in these rounds. I think you have to point out Moose's util as a factor in that, because the Rose, even though it didn't stop Shopify this time around, it is something that these guys are so heavily paying attention to make sure that the follow-up on Ion's entries can be clean, because that shred of time is so marvelously small, and Shopify, they are willing to go for hitting that button every time so that they can hold on to that utility and be able to just take over a post-plant fight with that ease. His first 20-25 seconds, though, doesn't seem to be broken yet, though, so Shopify is just going to keep having Satellite play around in mid, force out the Owl drone consistently so there's no constant presence, so then Shopify can ease the elbow into a site. This time it's once again A, no real contesting this time around. And now the pit on top.
I was just about to say, they got that pit, and keep in mind Exa as well does have that stinger, and so a lot of these long-range advantages gone, but the dimensional drift makes it a bit easier for Core.
No Hunter's Fury to combo on top of it. Smoke's just going to push out. Now the conversion pads on top of the Steel Garden. Shopify doesn't really have anywhere to extend. They've got to relegate themselves to these worst guns. But inside the pit, they can still do some damage. Note! It's Note again! One salvo used on top of the spike to prevent, but Core can just keep on spraying through until Exa falls. And it's a 5v2 with the spike still getting held. The body block on the Nova Pulse not enough, and Satellite sprays down 2. Time still ticking. Xander sprays down with the stinger onto another on the spike, but Kumi clears out the remaining 2. And with still just enough time?
Yeah, plenty of time.
It's 5 up.
Wow. You can take a look at that round, right? Like, it almost feels like a chess game kind of coming through. Okay, we understand you're going to use this utility. You're going to understand that you're using this ultimate. Well, we've got an ultimate of our own, so let's counter that. And it just comes down to this raw gunfight coming through. But Kumi finally getting a little bit of a highlight reel moment there. Has been looking a little bit off so far in some of these opening rounds, but that time just kind of leads the charge through the smoke, goes right through and finds the last two members of SRB, despite the fact that Satellite just found two. And despite the fact as well that a lot of players that died that round were through just a smoke. Like, it was just the spray through the Viper's pit. Somehow Note finds two people and Exa goes down to Moose in the middle of it as well. It's just kind of unlucky if you look at it that way. But it works out well for Core, who have been able now to tie up our series.
What am I looking at right now? This is new camera angle unlocked. They got so far in front of their faces, they went inside the face. All right, Vice hold once again on B. 3 coming up mid and nothing to stop it this time. No counter drone, no nothing. They had Fly on the other side this time, so they can enter through Link with a lot of speed, actually. Kumi trying to go for the backstab, has to use both clouds, so he's gonna be loud as can be, but he still comes in and one taps with that outlaw for one. Just barely escapes. Does Ion before Kumi's able to land the secondary frag. So Shopify do have the 3v1. That door busting working from the lower angle this time around. But Note, shoot, he's done some crazy stuff already this game. Let's see if he can clutch up. He's got stars in the tank. He can absolutely section this out.
Look at the positioning of SRB. Ion specifically just kind of holding this further angle. So there are layers here to kind of stall things out. Exa first contact.
Yeah, and then Xander with the quick swing out. Well dealt with by Shopify. As yeah, that opening 3 down the middle with the 1-up main, that's the kind of pinch you're looking for, and Shopify finally were able to condition their way to one.
Here we go. Shopify once again pulling that lead towards them. A bit of a different strategy on that A site. I mean, B, we've talked about it. It's all about that stall game. Everyone kind of runs away as soon as the spike goes down and hangs back, tries to play off the utility that time. But on that A site, that meant. But on the B site, we see them go aggressive, kind of push into the spawn, catch those members of Core off guard, find the kills before the spike even gets planted down. And I think that was a little bit of an adaptation that surprised Core, while Ion's able to find Kumi again.
Yeah, antsy to get that first blood after he started to frag out, but couldn't beat Ion down. So Shopify can slow this down. And you'll see Satellite, now that that mid-pinch has been conditioned out and cashed in on, he could save that drone for whatever execution Shopify goes for to make it 7-5.
Right here.
Completely different game plan for this finality regulation in a perfect world. Smoke, also very close up. 2 choke-ups after Kumi dies. Yeah. Definitely gutsy, but for the strong site, when you still have Moose holding it down on B solo now, feels like the right call to get an early cutoff, man. And now the Owl Drone getting used for the mid-presence preliminary, and I mean, that'll stall out Exa, so good call. Now the step up from Shopify, 50 to go. The Owl Drone's gonna start searching. Note will pick it out. Not sure if Smoke got seen there, but he's gonna start spraying regardless on top of the Cosmic Divide, as it'll cut off Heaven. Nova Pulse to start, and the drone finally makes its way out after that Gravity Well. Does stop it from going very far, so Shopify will go for the full-fledged rotation with cut noise, so Core are going to be a little slower to it. Xander, meanwhile, playing that cutoff. Moose is going to have 4 running into him, 25 to go. He doesn't have to do all the stalling in the world, he just has to do a decent bit. Salvo for the first flush. Xander holds down Fly on that primary rotation. Ion jumping in and not matching up to Moose, but Nature with the quick trade away, and that'll open up sight.
Spike should be able to go down, but Core is already here. Note finds one, but immediately traded back.
So quickly, Smoke, not much in the tank left, and Nature able to rotate back around. So once again, Shopify are just a little quicker to it. And it really did start to feel like a foot race by the end of this half, rather than just an endurance test that Shopify were trying to deal. So now swapping the defensive side, we'll see how they can convert that against another switch up on the Core comp. Again, that shear is not going to be something that you can work around as easily as something like a trap wire that he's been consistently using on the Cypher beforehand.
Yeah, and obviously now swapping around things here. I just have to highlight one more thing, that every single time Shopify Rebellion Black do take that time out, you see a change up in their game plan. And those last 2 rounds, I think, was an excellent demonstration of that. But that, once again, is just one of those things that Core have to keep in mind, that SRB, whenever they have that timeout, we see them go for a different style, and usually it works well against Core. Let's see what Core have for us. They you know, showed us that they do like that middle presence, and it looks like they will be taking that middle presence yet again. But this time it's Nature and Satellite just at the head of that, who might be able to catch these people off.
After Ion's already met for a decent amount of damage traded away, they try to go for the drop, and they do get traded 1-for-1. Nature still caught, and now with no real support, Ion can step back out and take away smoke. And so it's Shopify that are able to win that end of the duel, but still, with a health pool left to be desired, QOR can try to bum rush this B site. Still already compressed. Ion steps out. Worse health pool. Xander and Nature trading back out with a swing. But Moose is cut under and is able to get these close range shots. Nature with a shock dart drives him down to 2 HP. Still good for a shot, and it's not gonna land. Nature for 3, Shopify for 8, and they win the pistol.
Yeah, and QOR had all the pieces kind of put up together, right? But the big thing was that they needed that middle presence to kind of work out in their favor. Sometimes Shopify Rebellion Black, I mean, you've seen their play style about how they kind of take those duels, but then more or less bait each other into these awkward positions to allow another player to swing off. But it works out. I mean, they're able to find the necessary kills, which really kind of seal the nail in the coffin on this round. Moose on this lurk is something that SRB are going to have to continue to keep an eye on, because Moose is really good at finding those timings, finding that space on the map, and you see an example of it as they're able to, you know, take the entire site pretty much for free just off of Moose walking around.
Jeez, Ion with the quick flick to get the early Marshall shot. Again, understanding that nobody's going to buy armor for QOR's side this round, so he can get a couple of those freebies. Kumi with the Russian, seeing if he can convince the stack up from Shopify. Seems like he's going to do a pretty decent job. See what Exa can farm here. He'll back away smartly. Doesn't want to hand over a Guardian.
Yeah, relay to the rest of the team there. That the hit's going to be coming on this side. So a bit of reinforcements coming through with Satellite. Silences Kumi, so now the rest of SRB should come to B.
Yeah, should make it pretty quick. Fly with some great timing. They've doubled up on Ion. And all of a sudden, it's a 4v3. Again, you'll take what you can get when you can get it here. A drone available for the books, so you can go for another pinch up from Exa, who can land the Guardian shots in time. And from here, they can trample. Pretty cut and dry by that point when you have all the flushing tools in the world you need. So as long as you hit your shots, which Shopify could in time, at TTK, hey, look, in the rifle rounds, that might not cut it, but here, you're 9-5.
Yeah, and there was a moment, right? Like, if Kumi's able to find one kill there, then that retake becomes so much more difficult, because you got to worry about the jet kind of flying into your back line, also with a weapon now, which is so dangerous. But after Ion goes down in that initial engagement on the retake, we see SRB just slow it down, you know, play together. We've got the better weaponry here. Let's make sure that we find those fights and win them out. Very standard stuff onto that, and they're able to carry 4 weapons into this next round, which is exactly what you want on that bonus. QOR coming in swinging this time. SRB now 9-5. QOR look to find a moment. If they're able to scoop up this round, then things can very much swing back into their favor on Abyss.
Once again, leaving Exa alone on this B site. Normally you put Xander up so he can be more actively engaging with the stars to stop, as opposed to the snake bite. Instead, Exa has to make the call. He can't let go of his snake bite in time, so you just have a Nebula on the site anyway. Feels like you're getting the same amount of stuff done either way. But in the 4-stack on that A doorway, will get caught by the shear too, so extra time stalled out, and Moose will at least expect the 1 coming back.
Yeah, Satellite gonna be the only person coming in from spawn, but the rest of the members of SRB look like they're more ready to kind of pinch at any moments of the core members just kind of going in, and Moose able to find Ion to start things out on a dramatic note.
Yeah. Xander will try up next, see if Moose is turned to it. No, he's looking at spawn instead. Yeah, Shopify at this point, just gonna play for some exits. Everybody going back to spawn. Oh, the recon's gonna give Nature away. Yeah, unfortunate. Oh, well done by QOR to make sure they don't, you know, drop anything in that round. That's actually huge, keeping 5 rifles up.
Oh, yeah. That's one of those moments where, like, the entire time Nature's there just like, I'm gonna get him. They're not gonna see this one coming. This is gonna be great. And then just sees the recon dart flop right in front of you, and you're like, all right, that's cool, I guess. And then you just swing out and immediately die.
It turns to camera.
Really
That's,
yeah. Ba-dum. Okay, moving to this next one. Ion's going to be coming in here with Operator in hand.
Yes, sir.
Smoke actually not really going for the sniper rifle just quite yet. It's kind of just playing the Phantom right now, has been doing a really good job at leading the squad. And it's going to be the full 5-man rush here for Core onto B, going up against Ion and Exa, trying to hold things down.
Initial approach here from Kumi is good. Catches Exa. Extension out on top of the Nebulas. Now Kumi will take the high ground and try to go for frag number 2 while the rest of the team takes stock. Gonna just eat that Owl Drone dart and hop back down. Moose playing cutoff man and will manage to flick onto Xander. Nice shot. Even so, we're getting the spike down, having the 4v3, and Ion has to re-enter on this operator. And again, playing against the higher altitude when you're approaching, it's probably what's dissuading Smoke from going for even the Outlaw here, which would shred any member of these guys who have 25s. Salvos. Oh, Flya avoiding all of it, dude. That shock dart didn't even touch him. And that'll decide it. You didn't get anything certain out of that. Shopify's gonna hightail it. They don't think it's worth. They really need to keep that operator.
They really do need to keep that operator, but at the same time, Smoke on the Yoru, they heard the gate crash. And so you have no idea where Yoru is going to kind of pop out.
Yeah.
And we explained the impact that Smoke can have when he starts to get heated up. The last time SRB and Core faced up against each other, couldn't really get activated, and you could tell that the frustration continued to mount. And so at this point, SRB, like, they don't want to give anything free away to kind of boost that momentum and have Smoke have that pop-off game. Because as soon as Smoke gets activated, then their life becomes extremely more difficult. Just better to save those rifles, move them into the next round, especially when you get the rest of the buy-up coming through, even though it is still just not the best. All things considered, we're going to be seeing a lot of light shields, and Moose is going to have the Outlaw, but still, Core poised to win this round, and well, Moose 1 kill away from having the ultimate online.
And Moose gets a one-shot on any member of Shopify again.
Fake teleport.
I wonder if Effie's is trying to get him to do this most rounds. I wouldn't put it past the guy. He's big on being a budget guy.
Deploying drone.
Make sure you invest now so that you can reap what you sow later. But off this Owl Drone, that's a very clear sign, at least where the Silva is, and Ion gonna be watching it. This is that shot.
That is tragic. That really looked decent. Xander can't properly contest except with something like a Staria set on plant. They might have already used it for the fadeaway. Core's just gonna stick this. Ion looking for a jump out, but Core taking the timings really well with these hops to get extra space. I mean, this is all they need.
SRB get themselves nice and regrouped. Plenty of util to walk off as well. See how they want to take this one in.
Salvo's forcing the walkout, and Ion still can't find a proper line, so it's Satellite and Xander that have to make the space by dropping in, and Flya from beyond with that Hunter's Fury can catch Ion all the while just sitting in the back line. Oh, Satellite. Yeah. I don't think it's worth it at this point. He's going to grab that operator, hand another round over to Core. And funny enough, that the pre-plants from Core make the rounds more certain than Shopify's pre-plants did. Kind of insane.
It really is, and you know, taking a look at the history between these two teams, when looking specifically at their duelists, because the Smoke versus Ion conversation, I think is just always going to be the thing that kind of haunts us here in this matchup. It was Smoke not being able to come online meant that SRB was able to win up the matchup. When we saw Core beat SRB back in the beginning of February, it felt like Ion wasn't the one who was not able to come online. But now both of these players are having pretty solid games thus far. Smoke still a little bit quiet, but we're starting to see Ion slip just a little bit. And as a result of that, it really feels like Core's been able to go through. Those missed operator shots have made an opening for Core round after round at this point, as Core are really just getting a string of rounds together.
Yeah, discounting that free range operator is decent. Oh no, gets out of that salvo flush and then flying with the double up. Shopify's trap completely falls flat. That was certainly a good attempt with what they had. That operator now left abandoned, and Shopify's chances of being able to salvage this round most likely gone. But to your point, Smoke was the most ever present with the operator, and Abyss with this sort of meta, Shopify picking it, does discount the operator getting a bigger margin for error a lot of the time. Smoke's reflexes have had to be pinpoint perfect. And, you know, it takes every member of Core a second to fully warm up in this setting.
It really does. It's going to be just an easy spike take. And then it should go down as well. Keep in mind, SRB, like, got a stinger, a couple of pistols. I wonder at this point if you're just going to be, just trying to grab those guns, make sure you can kind of carry it into the next round, but more importantly, try and get some ultimate points here. And you can see both Exa and Nature being the ones to move up here because Xander's already got the ultimate, and Smoke's able to find Exa, so at least you get that one ultimate orb online.
Yeah. Protecting Xander here is priority number 1, and he's well hidden. Should be able to get to him in time.
One enemy.
Kills here are... Oh, we're approaching. And, I mean, getting rid of this would be huge for the eco. No sense in not trying it, right? Oh. And, yeah, absolutely not. You're not having it. That's great. That's priceless, man.
Oh, man. It's one of those things where it's like, if I can't have it, nobody can. Toss that big sniper rifle over the edge there. And 4 rounds in a row for Core. We talked about how SRB, like when they get that spike down, the post-plant positioning, it always looks so good for them. There were a number of rounds where we saw Core run away from trying to even attempt the defuse just because things were so against them at that point. But this time, it really feels like that's been the case for SRB. SRB really good on those initial fights in the first half. But this time around, it feels like they're losing all of the first kills to Core in some of these fights that feel a little bit uncharacteristic for SRB. You expect Ion to be able to peek out there with the operator, find that first kill. You expect Satellite on that lurk or on that initial engagement with Ion to be able to find some value as well. But Core are just more or less expecting it and are ready to counter. Note's been having a fantastic game. Obviously, spraying through smokes a lot on that first half, but this time around, just kind of setting up some of those traps to be ready for when SRB goes through. There's no fancy utility or anything coming out. It's just crossfires being set up by Core, punishing the overaggression from SRB at the start of these rounds. Let's see what Effie's has just told the squad. That's their second time out. And once again, if history kind of repeats itself, if we can kind of look at the trend analysis, then SRB should be coming into this with a little bit of a different idea.
Most definitely. And again, full guns with, still that half buy on armor. Just doing it to have more opportunities to contest blow for blow, which they still haven't had too many this half post-pistol, so this would theoretically be the round that Core really gets the snowball going. Taking the lead, taking the streak to 5, taking the economy for Shopify back to a mediocre status where they, again, might be forced to buy lights instead of just having it as an option that they're taking. There's the drift in from Smoke. B-Pinch likely off of this. No TP free, so it feels like Smoke wants to go for the first frag as well. Might find the dead time for Exa. And they're in. Just extending off of Smoke's position, Hunter's Fury from Nature to try to intercept, and it will do some damage to Note, but nothing more. Now re-breaching the toxic screen so that Core can actually get on, and they'll pop that Steel Garden as they plant. Ion sticking around with the shorty on the one-way. Just gets sprayed down, the timing's immaculate. And Shopify have no way to bust back down, but they're gonna set up this Cosmic Divide now on the other side. Xander trying to facilitate the interruption on the spike plant. They'll extend into the underpass with 2 puppy guards on top of it, and the lineup is good. Now the inside angle, and Note is still a shooter. At heart, Xander, the man behind it all, able to beat that purple curtain crossing from Note. But any more than that, purely a fever dream. Danger for Xander, and now Shopify as the lead slips away from them. The morale entirely Core's.
Oh boy, the flash was so powerful it booped them off the map. That's the only explanation, nothing else. Don't worry about it. You know, the flash is scary. Smoke just purely intimidating to find that final kill there. And you can see there was a little bit of a different look on... we're doing him so dirty by getting that replay in slow-mo. I am all here for it, but SRB... it's looking a little bit rough. There was that change up of idea, play a little bit more patient, get things set up. But at the end of the day, Core have just been navigating the site space a little bit better. Playing around the smokes just expertly. Note's just been running around completely unchecked. I was going to say that Ion was going to do a good job of that. before he just gets immediately cut down after the Steel Garden gets utilized. And so QOR, they find the lead. Xander finds the first person there, but no kills go either way.
Yeah, just shooting an elbow a couple times. Now Kumi able to take that open space, but the Poison Orb gonna do some timer stalling, so QOR can just shift course as Shopify will rotate back to this fight. Just a soft one, though. Stick in nature on the other side, keeping Ion available for the mid pinch that they know is so likely, and they know Ion is so capable of being able to stand his own ground in this spot. Exa can get read like a book here, just gonna try to screw with him enough. That's Smoke's job with this operator. Find that open angle that they duck into once this push comes through. But Ion, the first point of contact, and he can line up for one. Flyer, the quick response time, and Exa. Now the Viper's Pit to go it solo against this core team. Shopify's not going to be back for a hot minute, my guy. You got to hold this down. Rest of team hops on. Smoke, making sure not to do the same thing as what just happened before. First step in, and X has been found. Not hit by this recon or the shock. Still sticking around, and Nature's now back on. Moose holds up from top, and Exa still circling the boat. Shopify's managed to stall out the clock, and QOR don't have access to the spike. Kumi dies in the open, and it is 10-all. Shopify, they were able to pull that round out of nowhere.
Yeah, they really were, and the hero of that round for Shopify Rebellion Black was Exa, hanging out inside of the Viper's Pit, of course, having the smoke as well. You could tell that the position just got completely misread in that smoke screen. As soon as he kind of gets this first kill onto smoke and then gets spotted out, just goes and dips underneath there, confusing QOR. QOR thought that he just dipped right back into the Viper's Pit, and that bought more than enough time for the reinforcements to come through. And that was perfect from Shopify Rebellion. Those hero plays are the reason why, really, we've seen them at this point, but QOR definitely not out of this one yet. Flya having the operator this time as Moose, as well as it. Xander keeping smoke in check right out of the gate crash.
How did he find that tuck under the recon bolt? That didn't even catch him. They thought they had a free TP in, and now smoke falls for no reason. That's a massive start to this. And now Shopify can really play to stall for the pre-plant. Ion already considering it with the convergent path, seeing if he can catch the crowd. Maybe get Satellite some free damage. But they'll split the diff. Head up mid with this drone potentially again. As Smoke has had to relocate. Xander with the hop is gonna find out Moose, and now the door break. Confirming both of those positions. A push has to be read here by Shopify. How do they respond?
Satellite navigating the back of the site as well. Ion gonna be the point man here. Takes a step forwards and finds Kumi perfectly.
The walk up with the up right into the saturate that lands directly on note. And that's the exact kind of entrance that Ion was looking to receive there. Exactly as he hoped it would go. Fly is only infected from heaven, but now he stands alone and walks into Ion for 3. That convergent Pats is ready to go to get Shopify to 12.
We show up now.
And you can see all the protocols for Shopify Rebellion Black on how they wanted to get that A site set up. We had Satellite navigating the back of the site there on A. First of all, a bit of a tricky positioning from Xander just to start things out. At this point, QOR kind of got conditioned that they should be able to get that for free, especially just kind of dropping the gate crash consistently as a fake and then no one really responding. So they thought they would have that one, but Xander's able to find smoke so early on. And then just the rest of it, pretty much history. You see how that gets set up. Obviously, Ion taking a perfect opportunity coming through, but if any information was spotted through that mid aggression from QOR, then Satellite would have an answer in those salvos to stun things up and give Ion an opportunity to make things work. So very much just kind of leaning back into play off that contact, get the understanding, and then use the utility to set up Ion for success, something that has been very key to Shopify Rebellion Black's success. And now it is going to be QOR who have to take a timeout after losing 2 rounds in a row. This is kind of that preventative measure because this could be Shopify Rebellion Black getting to 12, which would be only 1 round away from closing this map out. But compared to the last time we saw these 2 teams, it's looking much better from QOR.
100%. Yeah, this is looking much more even. QOR looks much more ready to contest, and Shopify definitely has their work cut out for them, even still here on Abyss, despite the mishaps plaguing QOR just a little more often. We'll see if that goes to remain the case. Convergent pats out from Ion. 3-man entry down the lane. And Ion's going to open up with the first frag. Note sprayed down to 32. And that opening crowd has already been silenced by Shopify. Still, most of the team avoiding that ulti and staying back in T. Just wasting a couple extra seconds before they reset and enter yet again. And Shopify, in the meantime, they got to do all this extra clearing on the resources that they couldn't give over. But, God, that drone just gives you so much room to roam. And Kumi having to take a couple extra seconds as well. Blades out. Ready to find a target. Move over to B to support. Salvo out to flush. Smoke hopping through. Could catch Exa. Spots the barrel. No. But now spots the head. And Core will go for it. Flyer with the Hunter's Fury to clear the board as they go. Satellite huddled up on the smoke. Can he find the timing? Yes! Node caught! And now Kumi and Adosi. Oh, the shorty from Satellite! Keeps him standing! And now Smoke is stranded! Ion catching Flyer on the entry too! And Shopify stomp it all out! Every last inch of it! And Shopify will have 2 rounds of game point to work with.
It is crazy to me to see the number of heroes that kind of step up on Shopify Rebellion Black. I believe it was on the desk where they were like, hey, you know, there's not just like one person who can be a hero. It could literally be anybody on this team. And Satellite has been one of those players who has stepped up to the plate multiple times and has proven it. Obviously was a little bit shaky at some of those opening engagements, but I think that last round was an excellent job at displaying the importance of SRB being able to find that opening kill. And sure, you use the Convergent Pass, you only find boost, but it's okay because it guarantees that you find the kills and you keep everybody alive while shaking Core a little bit more, so they have to use that utility to clear a lot more of the space, and they don't have it for when they actually get in on site. Well done from SRB to find us now at map point here, but keep in mind, Note does have the Cosmic Divide available. Xander has one as well. So a lot of walls can potentially be set up on this round. As SRB, they definitely want to find this one.
These dueling Astras have been so fun to watch on this map. Xander in particular has had one of the most entertaining Abyss runs so far this stage. Every time he's on this map, you know you're going to have a good time watching him. Thorns lined up for the entry here from Core on B. Drone in tandem with the decoy. Too much to look at and too much to fire at, apparently. Almost the fire through! Catches both on the lineup, Nature and Exa! Down in one fell swoop!
30 seconds.
And Core make B-site their own in seconds. Oh, and Xander stepping out to interrupt! Core got a free 5v2!
Oh, brother, that's not how you want this round to kind of play out there, but it's been scarily consistent. How many rounds we've got to see Core walk away by just spraying through smokes, and Ion going down as well. So Satellite at this point just looking to potentially punish. If he dies though, the Armageddon will come out online. So I think you want to take this aggression given the economy of SRB. Going to be looking at Note first, spots out a knee. And now we'll be trying to take this aggression, goes down. That's okay, Armageddon available for next round. While Core, they just need one to take us to OT to start us out on map number 1 for the grand finals here of Split 1. This is already off to a crazy start between these two teams here, Tenrek.
Dude, yeah, this is exactly how I wanted it to be, man. I wanted to see Core. I mean, they were already just 2 rounds out in both of the maps they played against Shopify just a couple days ago. They were that margin away from being able to make it even closer, and we were on the verge of that happening here. So seeing them continue to run up after playing so many damn maps this week, insane. The fortitude, especially from these new guys like Kuni and Smoke and Note, so new to playing at this high a level in stage 2. Oh, no. Ion yet again getting beat out. Note at 11 HP.
Oh, that's not good. And on top of that, keep in mind, Moose has the Steel Garden online. I highlighted the importance of SRB finding that initial kill and not losing members in that initial duel, because Core consistently kind of setting up these traps, setting up to get ready to receive the aggression that SRB has been kind of presenting them on this defensive half. But now let's see how SRB are going to try and make this one work. Core have plenty of time, still a minute on the clock. Still haven't made that decision, but have the ultimates to kind of back them up, as it looks like we're destined right now for a B-side attack.
Steel Garden feels like your obvious way in here. Clear the board, and forced Shopify's split decision previously. That gave you a pretty easy side takeover. Cosmic Divide just to get your way there, but the Armageddon down immediately on top of the entry with only 30 seconds to go. Shopify may have called this the right way. Spike will not have a lot of time to get over this A site, but the Shopify read that as the vines dissipate, and Kumi has crept up mid, so it's a lot easier, or a lot more difficult to exit. Note has already made his way onto the A site and is starting to duel against Xander. Will not win it out, but Xander, thorned away, has to hold at close range. Moose able to beat him down, and Core will get the spike down with 6 seconds to go. 2 on their way back. Exa managing the potential backstab angle. These 2 defenders making their way back through the tunnel. Kumi first point of contact, double swing in. Well timed by Kumi to make it a recycled effort, and now Smoke with the double up. And Core have all the resources and people they need to be able to make this 12-12, even just stalling the time out. Nature, good for just the one. Now they're creeping up, turns on to Moose as well. Hold on a minute. Picking up a new gun, refresh, but Kumi finally takes the outskirts. And we will go to overtime here on Abyss. Core quick to silence the opener threats.
Who could have guessed that this was going to happen here onto Abyss? I mean, the last time we got to see these 2 teams kind of brawl it out in the winners final, it was a very handily SRB map, but the changes that we see Core bring in, they've continuously showed us resistance and, on top of that, dynamicism on how they want to play the compositions. They're not afraid to change things up, especially now understanding how Shopify Rebellion play this map. And while it's looking really good coming out from them, they're able to make this one work here. And on top of that, that last round, they completely slow things down, showing us a new style of how they want to approach that attack. And that really is the biggest issue right now for SRB, a team that really just sticks to what they know versus Core, which they are trying to adapt and change up and continually confuse SRB as we start in our first round of overtime.
Quick shoot down to the drone there by Fly, so he doesn't necessarily have to counter Owl as early, but he'll still use it now just to make sure that there's no creep up to the books. And nothing just yet.
Toxin screen.
Already that first 25 just burned away at. And the Vice setup on B, where Shopify are primarily looking, could also have a decent slowdown. Look how far back the Sheer is placed.
Yeah. Buying a lot of room on mid as well. 3 members going in. Ion flies through and backs out. Not aggressive this time, but it works out.
That's the first time we've seen him saturate Refract. And it works so beautifully. The rest of Shopify just step in and overwhelm. Every other time we've seen Ion going for just the pure dive.
Yeah.
So again, another very late game switch up coming from these teams to throw each other off.
And like, that's the Waylay combo that everybody loves playing right now. You zip in, hit him with the saturate, goodbye, and then the rest of the team kind of floods through. Like you said, Ion, generally speaking, just kind of sticking it every single time. No, he's able to at least find one here. Finds 2. This is winnable.
Satellite was low. X is spinning around it, but he's already found his location found, and Kumi can't win the duel. Crucial one to see if Core had a chance at that. But even then, still so many members of Shopify to get your way through a well-strung together attack that will set them once again on game point.
Exa, the humble king, being the only one who's able to win this one out. And once again, not to pull too much from previous stats, but Exa had an amazing game on Abyss against Core the last time that they faced up against one another, kind of getting the MVP specifically for that map. So good to see him come alive yet again as SRB find themselves onto map point. Let's see how Core want to take this attack this time, as it's a different look. Okay, yeah, Ion. Playing a little bit more conservatively this time, and honestly, that might be one of the keys to success. Just, you know, staying alive and then playing in that chaos, which is something that Ion is just so darn good at. Navigating that confusing mess of space and being able to walk away with a couple of kills. While Core, once again, they're just playing that slow attack, trying to bait out anything from SRB, but all they're getting right now is initiator utility.
Yeah, there's still 2 positions now at B-Link, so Core could potentially just start leaning on what is the weak side, but the rush-in may not catch Xander. We're walking in, and Smoke will be caught. The crowd not there to be able to trade now. Xander can set a smoke back up. No, it's a Nova Pulse instead, and he's gonna get struck down. Fly up and trade that out. The Shopify potentially convinced to spin the block here. And want maybe a 2-2, but no, they'll keep composed with the cut noise on the other side and read this rotation like a book.
QOR, specifically Flya, always calling for a lot of these rotations because they do a great job at kind of working that clock, but this time Shopify Rebellion a little bit more wise to it. Here comes the Owl Drone. It's very clear where QOR are ending.
Yeah. No way to turn your back now. Gotta make this work in the 4v4. Ion loaded up on default spot. Kumi the double cloud to jump through without a hitch, but Ion still catches the swing in from Flya, traded away, 10 seconds to go, and the spike cannot be held properly. Kuma playing babysitter, catches Nature on the drop, and then Note finds Satellite on the approach and backstab from Link. Exa has to do his work quicker.
Wow.
Note is going to scoop you up, and we're back on OT.
I'm sorry, but Kumi just keeps that one alive. The pressure coming in from SRB in heaven was going to be more than enough to be able to walk in through. Completely just bulldoze the team, and Kumi is able to find that kill, which is so pivotal because then it makes it so much more difficult for anybody else to find anything. Kumi, once again, starting out on a little bit of a tough time specifically with that aim as this map started, but has really started to heat up. Now being second in the kill feed, tied with Moose, just below noted for QOR. So we go again, overtime number 2 on map number 1. SRB back onto the attack, playing off the Viper's wall as they've done round after round. And who else but, uh-oh, that's going to be awkward for Smoke, who gets pinged up and so can't just kind of TP away, but will have coverage to be able to escape.
Yeah, now has to have maybe a little bit of help getting him out if there's nothing there. Yeah, he'll use a gate crash so he can safely get away, but Shopify's already on this A side. So much time wasted for the rest of QOR to make their way back. And Exa spraying through the smoke on a Note as well. A side is completely theirs. Man, oh man. It's just like each team so certain about where the other could be potentially planted up. And man, remember when they had to get rid of how many bullets you had in your gun so that this kind of thing wouldn't happen?
Look at that stack.
Oh my god, yeah, that's unbeatable, bro. And a convergent pass to seal the deal. Yeah, sure, let's fall off the face of the map. Why not? That's any other way to do this. Exa picking up some free frags, and Shopify, another game point to them.
Match point.
Yep. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better myself. I'm sitting here just like, what year of Valorant is this one again? Like, everyone just spraying through smokes and just winning rounds right off the bat because, you know, there's so many bullets and guns. But that time, SRB, like, you see them, they're able to find those opening kills, and that's fine. But then it's just so confident. It's like a tale of two sites, right? Every single time we see SRB go onto that A site, they just kind of, you know, lean back a little bit more, want to play off their util. That's all fine and dandy. But that time, they don't actually smoke anything off. They just kind of invite the chaos to kind of happen. And then they go for that kind of triple stack up top, right? Like, it is very much like, hey, we think we can just win this gun duel. We've got so many people still alive here. And they're able to do exactly that. And all the meanwhile, I've talked about it time and time again, but Satellite's just been on that lurk, ready to launch those salvos just in case things get a little bit too hairy. And now we get to see SRB take yet another time out here. And Effie's once again probably given them a little bit of a change up because we've seen enough from QOR to be able to kind of figure out a bit of a counter strat. And so this really could be potentially that round that SRB are looking for. Time to close this out on double overtime at this point. Yeah, we're only on double, but QOR still, you never want to count them out, am I right?
No, certainly not. QOR are more than willing to play this out as long as they need to. They've already, you know, become a little disavowed with the vetoes that were given here. If you're able to drag your first pick of the match over the line like this, no telling how much QOR is able to hold their own in the rest of this series. 3 stack from QOR in the smoke, and yeah, Satellite's the only one available to receive it. We'll take a heaping helping of damage before QOR take over the A site with basically 0 retribution.
Spike planted.
Everyone's going to get nice and assembled here. 5 stack up for SRB. Everybody's still alive. Does QOR get themselves set up onto this post plant? The 2 duelists playing a little bit more forwards.
Oh,
gotta be the ones to find the kills.
They didn't time the jump on the sheer right. Xander's gonna be a bit back. Ion having to wait an extra second to go out. In the meantime, Kumi's going to approach, gets struck down by the stack. Exa traded away. Note able to hold down for 2 on his own, and the backstab is failed. Moose holds his own as well, and 3 stay standing for QOR. We're going to OT3. Oh, baby. I love it. Yes, please. Wasn't this the map that happened to? That the clip, that's why everybody's watching, right? Is the clip. We can all, I mean,
we all know why we're here.
They're both at the top of the scoreboard at this point, right? Who's throwing whose game, right? Like, what are we doing here?
Oh, the explicit reference made. Check that one off the list on map number 1.
So what is, I mean, what are we going to do? Dance around it for 5 maps? Come on.
Well, what's that giant thing? Oh, it's an elephant. That's cool. But triple overtime now.
Address the moose in the room.
Okay. All right. Well done. I have to applaud you on that one. It's going to be core. Moving up, though. Xander just on the other side of it. Not looking. So Kumi's able to find that kill. The triple extension works out well. And this could be the time that core are able to swing one round in their favor on this overtime. Moose as well just spraying things down, but Ion has this slip through. Moose aware.
And that window spot, pretty easily read up. Ion, Saturate gone, but it flushed away. Moose, Smoke able to trade that back out on the quickness. Flya trying to interrupt, but it lets Smoke extend again, go for 2, and so it's still even Stevens on the trades. But because of that early frag, there's only 2 members of Shopify able to get inside, and now the spike reconsidered. Exa, though, infiltrating, note, meditating, not tradable. Just in time, and Exa swings onto both! He's a madman! An advantage switched up. Kumi fully backed away, having to just wait for the spike to be confirmed, and it will be held down on A. And the pit is available. Yep. Oh, Exa, you dog.
As well, launches the snake bite. I would have held on to that one just a little bit longer, but now Satellite and Exa back to back. Army of 2 inside of this Viper's pit. Kumi has to be able to find a pick somewhere, but this is going to be so hard.
Yeah, you've got to explore all of main first and then get your way in. There's no util to suss out. So if Kumi gets a good trade or a good flip over, then it could be over in just a second. Here it is. The approach and the shorties.
Oh, no way.
Are good. They spot the barrel first. And Shopify pulls another attack round out to get themselves to game point here in OT3.
What is going on, man? That Exa, first of all, balls of steel, just walks right up into the others. I was like, this is an excellent setup. We're going to be seeing Smoke kind of come down. The concuss is going to happen. Smoke's going to come around the corner. Note's been shooting sharp. The 2 top players are not expecting Exa to be so far forwards. And then, yeah, the pit gets online. It's all the win conditions just lining up. And what should have been Core's round to win, finally to be able to pull it out, finally be able to potentially close out map number 1, slips away in front of their hands.
Ion, there's the walk-up op that he was looking for this whole damn game, dude. Might have just found it at the perfect time. 3-stack, waltzing up mid, Satellite. Has stuck here before, tucked here before. Doesn't have any help this time around in the immediacy. The Hour Drone instead just gonna play distraction dance. Nobody's looking at Satellite, and he finds the flick first. Switch up on a Nature, and Kumi stands alone in an instant. Now, swung in on by Ion as well. The pinch is inevitable, trying to store himself away, and Shopify can, in fact, not make any more dents. The last 2 get away. Oh, and Kumi spots Ion! That's a huge poke! They can condition mid again.
Tailwind activated, though, for Kumi, so that one's going to be taken off the board on this entry here as they decide to actually work through this middle area. We see Xander just kind of recall one of those stars. A core. It looks like A site might be their... Oh, no, never mind. They're doubling back here. Going to be moving into Nature and Exa. Exa specifically starting to really heat up here, so they're going up against the raid boss with not a lot to use.
Yeah, and Shopify have so many get off me tools, the bite and 2 bolts. So you hear the tiniest bit of noise, you can just start spamming stuff. Kumi one away from blades. Potential to maybe have that secondary weapon out. First turn in, Moose gets the first, swings onto the second!
Oh boy.
You got another 3v2 to 1v2 flip!
Oh, okay, all right. Now it's going to be Xander walking around. Cheer gets tripped as well, so they know exactly where he's going to be coming from. Yep.
I can't believe it. 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 And map 1, dude.
Yep. Map 1 indeed. As Xander's going to try and take this one, but yeah, Garden available, and there's the thorns.
Bullhorn's out. Yeah, he's walking a mile an hour. And Kumi with the 3K. The 2 gentlemen on your screen, folks. Man, have they lit up this match. Good God. Kumi started this out so terrible, and now he's even.
Yeah. Oh, and it was so beautiful. Like, look at that. That was such a good setup from SRB just at the start there. It feels like Core, especially on their attack, just have such a difficult time dealing with that mid presence, specifically with the agents who are hanging out just at the top of mid for Shopify Rebellion on that defense. But even all of the cards stacked against them, we just see Moose come alive alongside Kumi, and it all works out fine and dandy. SRB on quadruple overtime at this point. See how they do it? They stick back to their usual methods here. But keep in mind, Satellite this time, the one who has the spike and uses the drone to kind of scout out mid, get that information. Is it might be more of a middle play as the Owl drone, but at least get the information that that's where X is hanging out.
Very similar opening 20 seconds to what we've seen across Shopify's attack half. Not much outside of returning to formula, but this 3-stack on B is very unorthodox from Core. Not normally having this much available to intercept on the one side. Moose with the full flip and no help. And the gamble may have just paid off. Yeah, this is cheeky from Smoke, isn't it?
Oh, 5-man push coming in for SRB here, and they go through slip and pass note.
Ion's heard, Nebula's up. Smoke will step into it and spray his way to practically 0 damage, but that was all the plan! Hold it down with the spray and walk through mid uncontested! And that is the first defensive round of OT here on Abyss! Have Core done it?
Hey, never say never. You know, the countless times we've seen Shopify Rebellion at the helm of potentially winning things out. Of course, somehow find that opportunity and bounce back immediately. But SRB on the back foot. This time, I think the first time in this map, as Flya with just the perfect timing going through mid and nobody for SRB looking the other way. The execution worked out well for SRB, but no one was able to capitalize and everyone got gunned down. Xander could be receiving all of this pressure coming in from Core as they do their due diligence, and as Moose kind of holds back more so this time. Satellite gonna try and stall him.
Yeah, there's the gravity well. Ion can scoot past it. Most of Core can, in fact, but the 5-stack is met with a whole lot of firepower. Xander and Satellite able to already get more than their weight. Note can frag them both back, but the spike is stranded, and Core has to make the space first. Shopify is already here to play. Ion in heaven and not checked by Moose. No turn onto it. It's just Note left against the world, and the Refract is already going to double up on him. Note catches the first. It's got to be an ace in order to clutch this up, and he's managed to grab the spike back. Could fake away the rotation, but instead, the Cosmic Divide giving him that sight for free, forcing X and Nature to both hop down inside the Nebula to swing through the Divide. Note trying to take this on the double up. Oh, and these sidelines are curious, aren't they? Exa found ISO'd. The first tap to beckon Nature forward to take the first map, to get the first ace of the series. As the CD fades, so too does Nature, giving the sight back over. The potential for that question back up. Do we rotate? Do we switch off? And Nature forced to acquiesce because of it, giving away that extra inch of space to turn this into a post-plant game. He's read the rotation. Note's got such an open expanse, but he doesn't know that either. No way to fully check, except just peeking through. Nothing in his way.
10 seconds left.
But now nothing in his kit either.
Oh, jeez. And at this point, yeah, Nature has the idea that that's going down. Could be the recon bolt back online. Only one shock dart remains. Snow just kind of hanging out right now, shorty in hand, a smile on his face. Knows that this might just be it.
First shot down. Slight confirmation of the position. Note did not know how far he could extend. Nature rushing it down, giving away all that noise, and
there it is!
5 for the win! And your top fragger rises again to the upper echelon. Core take the first pick after the double veto and pick on this map by Shopify. What an opener for the revenge match.
A crazy way for this first map to go in 4 overtimes. And of course, Note, being one of those players that we've consistently highlighted throughout Split 1, always just impressing us with some of these plays. The aim has always looked so darn good, and it comes alive for Core. When the rest of the team was a little bit slower to start things out, Smoke not able to get as much value as you would have expected him, Note was always there. Note was always ready to step up to the plate. And like you said, what a way to close out map number 1 in this crazy series that went 4 overtimes on this first map that SRB thought that they had in the bag, is their strongest map. And Note just completely shuts it down with an ace of all things to kind of close this out.
Yeah, what a defining hero moment to set the record for this series going forward. And QOR has all the momentum in the world, which is exactly what they live for. Can they carry this series forward on their own pick of Split? We'll find out after we return.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Defend for himself solo, and Moose gets checked. Someone eyes this up. Flya to left for Daj, and they're just gonna play together. The winner opportunity.
You are a beast. Let's go.
Straight down the window. Exert 2v1
On this core defense here.
This. Oh!
Abyss, the very first stop in this best of 5 grand finals between Shopify Rebellion Black and QOR. What has previously been an issue map for QOR, we can forget about those days. We see another pivot on the day and a map that could not have been closer. 4 rounds of OT, but Ash, in the end, 17-15, QOR are going to take the win and put themselves up 1 in the series.
It was such an incredible first map to open up this grand finals for the first split of VCL. I think that when we're looking at, you know, the fact that QOR were going to be starting on defense first, the adjustment when it came down to Moose being on that Vice as opposed to that Cypher that we had seen the last 2 times they were on this map, it was a very strong start at first for the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, while QOR were kind of still adjusting to how, you know, the pacing was going to look like. And for SRB, a lot of it came down to these really bursty executes with Ion being able to create so much space, Roy, but they finally found their rhythm to net them those 5 rounds there on the defense with some of those retakes.
Yeah, and I absolutely love the mix-up from Core. I feel like them throwing Vice into the mix kind of just threw a bit of the attack game plan and attack sort of ideas into the wrench, right? Because you kind of have to, you almost have to change the tempo. You can't just side slam, you can't overwhelm, you kind of have to play into the core. You kind of have to respect the fact that there's a Vice in play now. And I feel like that was only a part of it, right? But we also saw adjustments within the sites, the way they wanted to play around smokes, the way they wanted to anchor, and kind of what positions would be successful against the common utility that SRB was throwing. So clearly on the defensive side, it was completely game planned. It was completely thought out from the Core side.
And then when we're looking at how attack looked for Core, I think that, you know, it was huge for Shopify Rebellion Black to be able to net themselves both of the pistols, you know, going into this, especially with the fact that they had that initial lead in that first half with it being 7-5. But then Core managed to get 5 rounds in a row. And 4 of those being the spike just going to not defusing, like it explodes, right? And it's because you didn't see the retakes coming in from the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, since they're constantly down numbers early. Like even when Ion was getting that operator online, the casters were talking about it a bit. He was trying to walk up, find some of those angles, and Core were so aware of that positioning. They were expecting, you know, the drone to come out early from satellite or nature, look to punish that aggression, and we're shutting Ion down and keep making it really difficult for them to get back into some of those defensive rounds there for the side of SRB, because they were constantly playing at that disadvantage.
And I mean, even looking back at the rounds, especially more near the tail end, Core just, like you're talking about how they're able to put these things together, they're just always so aware as well. Like they just know there's going to be 2 on the flank, and then they win out these fights. They know there's going to be this cute little duo over on the B site, and Moose can destroy them all, Roy. Like Core were just on top of everything.
Oh yeah, they were so locked in. But I do want to kind of point out that SRB had the round advantage in OT, what, 2 times in a row, 3 times in a row. Felt like SRB, they were there. They were so close to that finish line. They had the 2 pistols. They got a thrifty on top of that. They won the first round of OT 3 times in a row and still could not close out the map on their own map pick. That's got to be tough on the mental. I feel like if you're SRB right now, this was a shakeup, a huge shakeup to how this was supposed to go.
Yeah, but when you have a Core on the opposing end that are bringing these new ideas and having these pop-offs, that could be a tough one for SRB. But Core, that was such a nice way to close it out. And we have to talk about who really closed it out here, because Core had such a step up in that last round of this OT. But note especially, like, this Astra has been so clean. And it was something that he told Liz back in week 2. She had asked him how it looked so viable, and he had talked about this aggression that he had and how that was able to really make sure his Astra popped. And Roy, I felt like that was just on perfect display throughout that match, and specifically that last round.
Yeah, that last round is so beautiful. I'm sure we're going to get to see it in the replays here shortly as well. But I think he's actually the fastest Astra smoker in the West. Like, he's got to be the fastest. Like, he's so fast at dropping stars mid-combat. Like, he will literally be in the middle of a gunfight, drop a star, and still get a kill. Like, that to me makes no sense. He's so fast with it. And I think that for me, the key for Noah and why it looks so good is the balance. It's the fact that he's so consistently finding value in what is a very util heavy role and what is a very precise utility role as well. The fact that he's gunfighting, the fact that he's clutching, the fact that he's so good and it's so instinctual with how he plays around the smokes. He's just such a threat constantly as long as he's alive.
No, it's crazy. And you're talking about how good his utility is and how quick he is to the draw with it. But then you pair that with the fact that he goes 5-2 when it comes down to first engagements. 3 of those first bloods being on the attacking side, he was constantly that person over towards that A side of the map, shutting down that aggressive push from SRB's defense. Now, as we head into split here for the side of Core, I think that seeing him on the Astra again is definitely going to be fun. We've seen what he's been able to do to try and control and manage the chaos on those sites. But both of these teams have a very good understanding, I think now, Sarah, of how each other likes to approach this map. I'm looking forward to seeing them continue to dig deep.
Yeah, this will be the 3rd time that we've seen these 2 face off on Split in particular. And the first time it was relatively close. Next time it was a 15-13. So you thought we had a long map 1. I hope nobody has plans after this, because Roy, I'm expecting a lot of the same.
I mean, if the trend continues, we're looking at world record possibly with the exponential growth of how close this game is getting. And the fact that SRB is starting on the defensive side. I mean, if you just look at the data, they're just an attack-sided team. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on that first half. QOR is feeling really good off the map steal on a map that has looked so shaky to the point where it forced the comp swap in playoffs for QOR. I feel like right now you need to have a really good start, but for me, guys, the kind of concerning thing is it's usually QOR that is having the momentous starts. They're the ones with the high pistol round win rates, right? It's actually SRB's win rate for pistols is really low. It's like 48%, but their gun rounds is usually where they shine. But in that first map, the fact that they got both pistols and the ecos following, those are a lot of rounds on deck. So I feel like if you're SRB, you almost need to have a good start here. Like you cannot be falling behind and starting to, letting the kind of the insecurities creep into your mind. You have to strike, and you have to strike early if you're SRB on the second map.
Especially too, when we saw them face off with that 15-13 before, that SRB did win out. It wasn't SRB taking both pistols and so necessary to have a fighting chance heading into that second round. So looking to continue that momentum going into today. And Ash, last time we saw them face off, that's when we got to see the debut of this Ion Raze getting into it for SRB, and we'll get to see the run back of that. But now, not going to be a surprise to QOR.
It won't be. And I think that the Raze, it was a nice key piece to try and disrupt some of like those contact plays coming out from QOR, right? Push them off of angles when they were going to look for those swings, try and punish Smoke when he's walking up. And the thing is, Smoke was still getting value with those snipers. Like he was still constantly able to get those opportunities, whether it's over in mid, one of the extremities, something that Shopify Rebellion Black know is a big part of QOR's attacker-sided game plan. And then you usually have Kumi inserted on the other side of the map to try and maintain that information, take a little bit of space, maybe a lurk and whatnot. But these are things that are known quantities, Roy, to Shopify Rebellion Black. They should know how to lock down their defense versus its contact style of QOR.
Yeah, my eyes are actually on Satellite for that. I feel like the sniper head-to-head between him and Smoke is going to be so crucial. There's data now. There's a mutual understanding of how this map's being played out and the pace that it's being played out on. So I feel like there's going to be a ton of pressure on Satellite to disrupt that flow, to have a read, to put the op in the right place, to kind of change up some of the QOR's identity, force them to play in an unconventional way, maybe make them play faster, kind of into that utility, the utility combos from SRB's composition with the fade, with the Raze. That's kind of what you're looking for right now. So my eyes are on Satellite to see how he's going to perform with their operator in that first half.
I mean, such a known quantity between these two, and a map that went double overtime the last time around. It's time to see, heading to Split once again for these familiar foes. Who can take down Split this time? Is it going to be SRB to tie up the series, or QOR to take a hefty lead? It's time to find out and send it back over to Tenric and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Well, yeah, already dragging Abyss from 7-13 previously against SRB to a quadruple overtime victory. There's no telling what they can do with Split, a map that Shopify Rebellion Black, even with this new composition, were barely able to scrape away from QOR in their last matchup. Marks, this has got to be a run back in more ways than one. Otherwise, the gap just may be too big for Shopify Rebellion Black to make up.
It's going to be so difficult. Like, even coming into this, right? Even understanding the history, which we've thankfully laid out in front. Shout out to the desk. It's so hard to predict how this one is going to be shaking out, because exactly like Ash was saying, so many known quantities coming in for both of these sides. They're starting to get a better understanding of how they're going to be playing. But I want to highlight that sniper head-to-head once again between Satellite and Smoke. Satellite has been starting to turn it up in these previous matches, and Smoke has been the player that has been consistently on the receiving end of the shorter end of the stick. So if that continues to happen, it could work out in Shopify Rebellion's favor. But at the same time, Note has just been a crazy fragger so far after map number 1. Imagine we'll be seeing more.
Yeah. Satellite unable to TP away in time to not get traded away by Flya, so the spike can still keep trekking its way through A main. Hope that toxic screen is going to just get them up to the ramps as well, while the remaining two will just use a couple bullets to force their way up into the vents to go for an easy A pinch. Two stocked up on Heaven here. Smoke given away, both turning to the fight, and Nature will get one on the way down while Xander goes for the drop. This is immediately red, turn 2, but Xander still gets away with one on the way down as well. Every member of Shopify getting theirs before falling.
You want to talk about evened out? Well, it's 2v2 now. A little bit of stall utility to try and slow the push through. Ion's still alive. Does have the blast packs, but it's going to be a trade again.
Note for Exa on the double up. Down to just Kumi and Exa, your two senties in such different positions. Kumi unable to activate as quickly as Ion can on that sole fragger position here on the front lines for the attack with Smoke's entrying. So a lot more singular that these threats from QOR have to be. Exa steps up and loses to Kumi. And so QOR having a round as close as their previous game here on Split was against Shopify, but they come out the victor. Does the tale of the tape continue throughout the series?
Once again, like looking at the stars right now, you must be like, oh, we're destined for overtime with how this one is going to be going there. All the way down to just a 1v1, but I like the positioning that Kumi was playing, making sure to really just isolate those individual angles without giving any information away until that peak kind of happens. So great just job from Kumi at the very end, but you can tell SRB aren't going down swinging just quite yet. This is going to be the buy-up coming through for QOR. He's seeing quite a bit of weaponry in their hands as they want to approach this one. Fly having this Sheriff. As SRB, they get their defense set up. Exactly like we saw in that last round. It's going to be one duelist per site with an Omen or a Fade. Kind of backing that up while Exa continues to control mid. Exa had a very tough game last time, specifically against Smoke. The last time these two teams faced off against each other. And exactly in mid as well. So once again, just reading the other team very well.
Xander has an easy crouch that can be counteracted, and Ion can't land enough dinks in time to be able to do any solid damage, so QOR can just trample through this B-site exec and keep things pretty standardized. They're going to prio Notes ulti as well with this ult orb. Good right click from Nature. Smoke's got to get out of there, otherwise he hands over a free Marshall. Okay, some tower presence, but from there, QOR should have this in the bag.
And Nature, last person alive, like you said, a pretty good right click, but not enough really to seal the deal on this round. So all things considered, this is kind of perfect. As long as Fly can kind of stay alive, it's going to be a lot of weapons available into this next one as all this utility just kind of being dumped in here. Well, okay, all right. I was seeing the reload there. I thought for sure Fly was going to get caught off guard, but Nature, you know, just the one tap, and that's going to make it work out. So QOR now up 2-0. Going to be able to go for this nice, comfortable bonus based off of only losing a pistol, all things considered. And this is going to be Shopify now trying to come back full weaponry in hands and still rocking this Raze composition, which feels like it's really fallen to the wayside after the introduction of the Waylay Yoru kind of combo duelists.
Going with the 2-1-2 for the anti-bonus. Shopify will buy the full shields here. Ion once again on the boxes, but this time extra boosted. And Xander, yet again, trying to play for that distraction.
After the information kind of gets given away, you see immediately the reset happens. Smoke, operator in hand. Going to be leading the charge here. This is going to be Satellite as well as Nature. Try and stall this one out. The mid presence has also been completely evaporated, so QOR have safe passage if they want to push into heaven, which that looks like what Note wants to do.
Yeah, it feels like you want to at least get one up there. Nature with the flash from Satellite, and that's a great double pinch from Shopify. Then you're able to just back out onto site, prevent yourselves from getting pinched. Play for stall, maybe get one on the way down so that you have an easy take back on the site. But QOR instead try and infect. Note gonna take a peek out to the back line.
30 seconds left.
Force a smoke and a paranoia out of them. Nature getting spotted by the dog. Note daring to step into this. Gutsy, but here on the bonus. Well warranted. Kumi's getting inserted, able to get away with one. Oh, found three. Xander and Exa both walking through heaven. So Fly has all of a sudden got an operator in a 1v2, but no time. So
yeah,
we're just gonna end this over and hold on to an operator for the attack half, I suppose.
A little bit of a gift and a curse, that operator. Oh my goodness, you look at the price tag and you're like, this thing is a lot. And so there's not even really the opportunity because you see Core playing so carefully around that specific operator. And obviously you want it to be in Smoke's hands. We've talked about the pressure that Smoke is able to kind of exude on top of the other people, especially in some of these like close range sniper fights that we've seen. If you were paying attention yesterday, you definitely saw some of those. But honestly, that last round, shout out Nature and shout out Satellite. They're able to do that pinch perfectly, find 2 kills and escape in the middle of all of it, leaving Core kind of scratching their heads. The round really felt like it was over before things kind of got started. That was all thanks to it. Ion once again on this top box here, as it is going to be just another predictable defense setup by SRB, but if it ain't broke, then why bother trying to fix it?
Yeah. No reason to switch up just yet. When it's such a decent angle. This crunch, especially with the Omen util, install here for a decent bit of time. The issue is you have Smoke staring down your gullet the whole time, so it's difficult to justify being the first to strike. Smoke sent out into mid after some action projected there, and there's Smoke's walkout, gets in front of the box and takes down Xander.
Not another step.
Would it be the
Decoy sent
online?
out. A decoy sent up by Satellite just to feign that extra presence, and now the Cosmic Divide to get in while X is already rotated. Ion has yet to move from this spot, and Kumi's not checking it at all. Ion holding onto the trigger discipline. That is gutsy as, but it'll pay off. Probably can't hold on to that position now, but getting away with that, pretty decent. Pawn shot out. Ion's got to extend, but Moose has the high ground already, and Core has enough angles to work with, and not enough members of Shopify to counteract this time.
Yep. Just kind of looking the wrong way there for Moose, and just like that, SRB are going to have their opening if they want it. Flya going for the R rotate actually makes it around in time. This could be devastating for SRB.
So speedy. No one's looking at this, and they get a freebie on a Satellite Nature. Now position controlled, known, and completely crunched. That was a crazy wrap by Flya. Nice and speedy to get Core back on the board here.
This is wild coming out from Core. I mean, such a good thought process and stall of utility coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black that time around. I mean, obviously, yeah, this flashy play from Ion looks all nice and dandy, but you see all of the measures that are being kind of thrown at the board to make it so that Core have such a difficult time entering in onto the site, and they feel like they need to use the Cosmic Divide to make it happen. Specifically, just dropping the decoy after Xander going down, and Ion as well, just kind of feigning that presence. It makes it feels like there's so much more activity happening on B, which slows down Core for a second. So good ideas, but the execution, unfortunately, not working out for Shopify Rebellion. Smoke can be taking this outlaw, moving things through while Nature holds nice and close. This time it is going to be this dirty A attack, and Smoke finds a kill.
Yeah. Just needs the outlaw this time. And can keep that surgical walking up going as Core gets chauffeured in. Letting Kumi start to lurk more consistently as well. Big fan of that for this round. Able to maybe catch a straggler, but Shopify very quick to the rotation this time with the worst guns.
Oh boy.
And now you've got the spike rotating.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, you look at the clock, right? We saw this happen so often on Abyss as well. As soon as they kind of call that rotation over for Shopify Rebellion Black, you look, oh, there's still a minute left. Okay, yeah, let's just go for that far rotate. And now all of the heaven has been completely given up. Smoke is going hunting, looking for something, might be able to catch X off guard, while SRB are just waiting for a sign of life and are not going to be given anything.
Yeah, they've gotten fully cornered, and now they, if anything, they have to get through these players that just want to farm their orbs to have a chance at dying to this spike here in this eco. So just going to use a lot to clear their way through the bodies that they don't want to be in their way, but that's just not going to happen. There is a doorstop on every angle. You will be dying to a member of a member of Core this round. Oh, Ion might not be. That was the operator, no? So, or the outlaw, no.
Yeah, okay. All right. Nothing too crazy coming out from there. As soon as I was Bucky in hand, I'm like, oh boy. This is how it goes. It's going to be Smoke popping around the corner, and it's going to be, yeah, operator falling down. But that's okay, because someone should be able to walk over and be able to, or sorry, the outlaw, and, you know, it's going to be all good. So Core, a very dominant start here right now on this attacking half. It really feels like they foiled a lot of how Shopify Rebellion Black want to play. It really feels like night and day since we last saw these two teams on this specific map. And now the ultimate cycling is going to be online for both of them. And of course, like you see, Nature coming in with this Odin right now. We've seen the value that's kind of got through these smokes. But dueling Nightfalls on either sides and dueling Dimensional Drifts can do a great job of holding things in check, and that's going to be a check for Smoke. The satellite goes down, dropping the operator and giving Core a big advantage on this round.
Man, that was the heat check right there for Smoke. No flash, no decoy, no help. And in an op, watching the angle, Smoke just outswings it and takes down that operator in one fell swoop. Shopify already placing more pressure on themselves to commit to a site to defend.
Not ready yet.
It's still 55 on the clock, and Core, they're already gonna try and pull another bamboozle here. Throw the interceptor out, get the whole damn team out of your way, except for the Nightfall and the Dimensional Drift to sell the space and let that spike saunter on over to A all the while. Nature might be keen to it early, though. And especially now that Smoke has made his way over to CT, it's just a scramble to get to the other side of the map with so many members of Core and God knows where. Flya with the operator gets an easy catch-up by Exa, and the Nightfall will actually intercept, so the TP can come through by Xander. This is such a good counterplay. Xander stepping on for free, but no, it flicks onto it. The 2v1 and Nature can't find the spray. Looking for Kumi, it's bad timing. And Smoke has made his way back up to heaven. Core can recoup and grab hold of this round again. X has made his way on and is getting sprayed down like there's no tomorrow. Smoke for 4. The Dimensional Drift to circumnavigate the map to take back A with ease.
Oh boy. I mean, once again, a good idea coming out from SRB to try to make that retake work, but it just really felt like the fact that Smoke gets away coming out of the TP, holding so far forwards. Even despite all this map presence being established, you know, the cards were just simply stacked against him, and Nature was in just such an awkward position, allowing Smoke to kind of find that timing there. As another round goes to the wayside, Core really starting to run away with this map. SRB taking the time out now. Still having 3 ultimates available. Ion having the showstopper, Satellite, as well as the Dimensional Drift. Actually got the pit here, but this is looking so good and so clean from Core. They're doing a fantastic job at just working the map, taking advantage of all the space that they're given, and somehow finding more. And that has honestly been the name of the game so far. Shopify Rebellion Black have simply just not held on to their spaces as effectively and are consistently falling for a lot of these fake rotations going on by Core.
It's true, and that was something that Core has been so proficient at on previous matchups against other teams, being able to have a lot of convincing noise be made on one site, which with this composition, it's so easy to do, and then so easy to also go back through spawn and just rotate through with impunity, get over to that other side, keep jerking this defense to and fro. And yeah, I mean, now you're forcing Shopify to kind of just throw in conditions at the wall to see what sticks. The pit, not used preemptively in this eco round from Shopify. They'll just try to maintain the close quarters presence, get a couple choke free kills, and manifest something this half, but already so difficult to do so.
Yeah, Knife getting spotted out there, so a lot more respect being played right now to Smoke. Like we talk about, was doing a really big job yesterday, and is just such an ever-present threat. So a lot of respect is kind of given right now, just playing kind of cheeky angles here as Ion gets a chunk taken out of him, but that's all good because you got a shotgun and you're playing nice and close.
Yeah, no reason to switch it up now. Smoke, another walk down with this Outlaw. He gets chipped. TP's out. Oh, Flya finds the timing on Satellite with the rise up. And that should be the A pinch confirmed. There. It's about divvying up the attention paid on mid here. Now the C's placed on the screens, so Nature will be fully forced away.
Oh, yeah.
30 seconds left.
Easy takeover on the site. Oh, yeah. Just fires through that smoke on, yeah.
Oh, boy. It's not looking good right now for Shopify Rebellion, and I think that this last round really is a momentum buster, right? Like SRB, sure, things might not have been feeling great after how they lost that quadruple overtime on their own map pick. But Core just feel like they've got their finger on the pulse. They know exactly what they kind of need to do and have been doing a great job at kind of working their best ability here to be able to win some of these rounds. We're seeing them try to adapt themselves to, you know, change things up, you know, show a different look on that defense, confuse Core a bit, but nothing has been working out thus far. But this time, it will be that rifle round coming through. Satellite once again back on the operator. Phantoms across the board on the other side. Still those two duelist ultimates alongside X's Pit.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't think Core have really given them an opportunity to use them. It always just feels like Core's already taken things over before any ultimate can even be used.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. There's, it's pretty cut and dry. Now with the buy up, Exa will use that Viper's Pit just to safeguard mid, to be expected with how little development there's been able to be in the Viper conditioning so far. Just, yeah, Core hasn't had to deal with it all too much. It feels like Shopify are trying to feign being universal, like you're able to have maybe 3 bodies at once on either site, or at least make it look like that. And you're able to do that with the Yoru clone. We already saw Satellite do that before with the TP, with the Viper util. You can do that. Of course, with Satellite opping, you do reduce the chances of being able to feign that as consistently, but Smoke is also just walking in alone, this operator, to go for the opener, and he will falter. So already Shopify will be pretty keen to where this attack is going to be, at least the first bit of noise made on it. 45 to go, and Core's going to make their way up into the vents. Milk it down well by Xander. On the other side. Ion would be the kind of guy to step into this, but on the Raze, I don't think that's happening. Already the Boombot used as well. Just gonna get, yeah, stunned by that Nova Pulse. Well placed by Xander there. Or Note, excuse me. Drop down onto site. Easy takeover. Yeah, Kumi. Wow, he gets both of those. Record time. This was a rifle round, dude, and it looked just as decisive as before. This is an insane attack half coming out from Core so far.
Yeah, and once again, they're going to get yet another round. The call gets made to save everything, despite the fact that Nature takes Smoke out so early. It's so patient from Core. They really just take their times. They're using their utility to make sure that they do their due diligence to clear everything out. Don't even give SRB an opportunity to find a single kill. The pop out into heaven to punish Ion, and then immediately moving on site. Kumi, sure, walks away with a double kill, but once again, they've got protocols set up to try and make sure that they're able to find the kills before anything even happens. And so, just like that, oops, yeah, no, we'll at least spot something out, but Exa finds the kill there. The Viper's Pit gets expended for SRB on this rifling round, exactly like you said. And once again, not a lot of value found from any of the players of SRB. Core playing their patient game. It feels like they're just reading SRB like a book and are more than happy to continue to toy with their food before they actually move in to engage on site.
Very well practiced. Very little available to be punished. Yeah, just very well drawn overall. It was very low risk, high reward with the way that they're going through this, despite the moments where Shopify have the stacks available. Oh, no, Ion, proactive showstopper, doesn't land a body. That interceptor as well is going to prevent him from doing anything else on top of it. And now, just stepping in front of the smoke with the Bucky to get that secondary and force Core to reconsider their initial approach. Whole party was there and he couldn't land enough damage to kill even one. Now the Prowler going to confirm that position, so Ion has to dare to try to fight it out. Still doing it with smoke, in fact. So the paint shells will actually be able to section him out just a tear. All this while, 3 from Core creeping up mid into the tower, where another shotgun lies. Xander ready to intercept as 2 creep up. Moose is fish food.
Ooh. You saw the second there of Kui just like, yeah, oh, actually, Judge, I don't know, we should wait.
Oh, the jump in! Ion does manage to get one, and Xander another! Fly will trade his way through the stack on main, though, and Xander again! Note finally shuts it down, but he's alone against 3 members of Shopify now. Or 2, excuse me.
30 seconds
1 fallen.
left.
Star set up now to play for the long haul. Man, if Note does it here, We might just have to end the match already. Sees into bite, another tap on the spike, daring to force more util under his skin. Now the Nova Pulse to try to draw both on the up low, but the high low is looking so good now that it's set up in 10 seconds to go. He's got to make the call, and he's got no stars left to do it. Surely he can't figure it out here. The head taps are just too difficult, and Shopify play with that perfectly. Xander holding his own long enough for the rest of the team to put the pieces together for a second round.
You see Exit just nope out of there, like, knife out in hand, like, oh, you actually swung? Oh, snap, and just holds down the strafe, trying to get out. But yeah, the hero of the round, Xander, coming alive. Xander having a stellar performance, not to be confused with Stellar, of course. The last time that these two teams faced up against each other, and has been kind of a really strong smokes player. Originally on this map was usually running the Astra, but moving over to the Omen, and has just looked so sharp on it. Holds it down for the team, and makes sure that this is going to be a winnable scenario. Satellite under a lot of pressure already, and that is going to force the operator away, so a lot of room gets bought here, but Xander again finds Fly in the midst of the smoke.
The drop smoke, Core's not expecting it. They just figure they can gun it a little bit harder. But finding the feet, and that's Shopify, just that slightly earlier kill that prevents Core from being able to get inside. And now you've restuck Satellite on the operator whiff! And now Kumi can sit down, set up shop for God knows how long against Xander in this toe-to-toe. Another drop. He's not going to get convinced that easy, buddy.
Xander's so aggressive, but all the meanwhile.
Is he walking? Oh my God, he got through.
Yeah.
Smoked out the nade.
They're setting up for the Cosmic Divide here, but if Xander finds his kill, it's going to be huge. And that spike, everything goes to the wayside as the Cosmic Divide goes on.
Your knife is out, my G, and Xander again! Smoke having a dimensional drift just to get that back. Oh, and he can't even make it in time. He's still got to fight this out. He can't make it all the way through. Xander! What? Another controller ace? In the books here, potentially. But Xander will back away. Hand the space back over. Make sure that Note can't go buck wild as he already has before. And with 15 seconds to go, in fact, he'll sacrifice the chance for the ace. Note's gonna save, and Shopify will take a third round.
I can't believe that we just witnessed that. That is insanity happening for Xander. Of course, you know, you expect Ion to be really the player that is going to be hyper aggressive, ready to just kind of go through those peaks. But then that time, Xander kind of taking a page out of Ion's books, unafraid to just force his way through. And you could tell the core players were just simply unprepared, not expecting that level of aggression come through from the Omen. Somewhere Glyph is smiling. The drop smoke tech continues to live on in Challengers and is finding so much value still, as SRB are getting a foot in the door now. 3-7, 2 more rounds left into this half. It's going to be the Nightfall and the pit available for Core. Right now, the win condition really is to get that spike down so you can get the ultimates online and really just punish the economy here. Satellite as well, back onto this operator. It is going to be a lot of pressure. Kubi going up top.
Face your fear!
Setting up the interceptor for the approach off of the Nightfall. Ion only caught by that Nightfall, and Ion able to spray his way down as well. Yeah, the double duelist able to just cut through that screen, and wow, the whole stack's here now. Shopify fully clear the board. It's a flawless for round 11. Post ultimates as well. Shopify's found their rhythm.
In the half.
Yeah, they have, and I like to stack up that time on the defense. Put the two duelists together, and as well, you've got Exa up top just for that little bit of insurance. It always felt like there was a bit of a hole in heaven, allowing Core to kind of slip through, and then Ion was just in a world of pain. But we get to see a very classic characteristic of how Shopify like to play things. They've always got one player in one position to be a little bit more rambunctious, and after that initial contact happens, then you see somebody else swing out from another side. They're always watching each other's backs, and every time they make it work, it looks beautiful. Core trying to pull this one back as the duel gets set up yet again.
Well, it's gonna get smoked away so Smoke can get some extra space. That's the first time that his name has actually made things inconvenient to say, funnily enough. I thought it would happen way sooner. And now the TP away from Satellite. Pressure is fully on. Kumi with this Evo also still lurking up B main. Pay attention to that Guardian holding. As Spike has made its way over there. Might just be a full-blown steamroll attempt again here from Core.
Last round of the half now. Kumi as well. Evolution still online. Nexa walks through. Ion spotting one out, but it's a spray again. And Smoke's able to find.
Oh, but on the jump up, X is ready and finds the frag back. Can return away in time. No, it sprays through on the steps. And Core can maintain advantage. And Satellite still so committal with this operator means that you have to lean nature over so much sooner to the B site. Xander just walking in, Flya, waiting all the while. And that lurk on the tunnel is not going to work nearly as well this time around. Core will, in fact, steamroll. Set up the pit, and Satellite, I don't even think he's able to grab a gun, dude. He has to go to the tower in order to.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift available. I imagine the shorty's going to be in hand, but I don't know if this is the best way to kind of approach this right now. 1v4 scenario. This is just looking over, said, and done. Core, once again, expertly navigating the map, finding their spacing, finding their timing. Here we go. The Drift going to start us out.
Yeah, let's see what he can do here. The spots 2. And immediately caught out. Yeah. Destroyed. Okay, so Core returned back to their own formula to find an 8th in the tail end of that half. That being said, switching sides over here, you can tell Shopify is keen, is aware, and is super locked in for the remainder of this. It's just about making sure that they don't get punished as consistently, as often as they've been able to get away with Core.
Yeah, and I really liked the way that Core was kind of controlling the entirety of the map on their attacking half. Honestly, it just looked really, really, really solid on how they want to do those rotations and move things around. But I have to bring up the fact that Core tends to be a more defensive-sided team here on Split. Of course, Shopify as well. They're no strangers to that attack. That is also their more favorite half, but Core just in general have more reps on this map. They're very solid in their own game plans. Right now, have a 4-round lead. Shopify have to make this one work, otherwise they're going to be down 2-0 on what were maps that they beat Core in their last series.
Kumi's attention already split. Toxic screen up in response, flashed their way in. Moose will be taken care of, and Kumi has to just get out. Smoked away as well. Does he dare to step out again? Not just yet. Just gonna lose that interceptor and wait for the rest of the team to return as Shopify will finally stick the plant. Nobody stuck up the screens, so Core can still gain a little bit of that extra space, but no flashback in. Smoke was committed to getting that Sheriff, so they've got to walk in kind of dry. Don't know if that drop from Ion was heard. It may have been. And they're already taking some pot shots his way.
Poison Orbital time is ticking down now. They have to get a move on.
You've got to get in now. Nova Pulse on one corner, but Xander holding close with the right click. That'll trade their way through, and Satellite can spray out the rest of the way with the help of Ion, who is now rotated back onto site. Shopify will have enough to get through here as, yeah, Satellite can turn over. Hey, okay. But the pistol round will be theirs.
Yeah, and a much more decisive fashion this time around. Obviously, the first pistol round was down to the wire, if I dare say so myself. But SRB a lot more aggressive this time, and this is the strengths of this double duelist composition, right? Like, Ion, a lot more of a solo duelist, a lot more favorable to just kind of send it in and, you know, make that space happen, kind of attract all that attention. While I like that Satellite plays a lot more together with the rest of SRB. That was one of their strengths on this map previously when we saw it, and I imagine that that's going to continue to be the pace that they want to play with. Satellite as well coming into this one. Okay, already finds a collat. Last time this happened was literally the last time we saw this map, so kind of crazy as Ion finds Stu as well. The duelists are singing.
Yeah, just chance the spray at that stage, and SRB are going to gun it to be. Wow. Yeah, nice quick clear. No chance there of doing anything of note. Flya, just the classic in hand. If X is watching, we're good. Well, maybe not. Okay. All right. So far, we're fine. So far, I got no beef.
Yep. You just see it there, like, especially too, that's twice now. Flying 2 rounds in a row, just caught mid-reload, and then the other person's just like, oh, okay, I'll find this kill nice and easy. But unbelievable that Satellite finds yet another collat with the Outlaw here on Split against Core. Nice and easy. I think that last time was also after they had just won a pistol as well. So history really repeating itself as SRB feeling confidence kind of come through. Exa's going to have the rifle coming into this one, just that Phantom. Or sorry, Ion as well. So they will have weapons to kind of contest this. Flya finding a lot of information though. It's probably going to call the rest of the team to help out, I would imagine.
The gate crash is available, so at the very least, they're going to have Smoke check the B tunnel, but with the first kill already through and the rest of Shopify already available, yeah, they'll call that spray down, and Smoke will immediately get cleared. Another drop smoke from Xander, getting them from some free damage down, and a free sight as well. QOR can only hold on to heaven, and this bonus is already looking more than decent.
Yeah, it is, and we're seeing QOR try to group themselves up here to try and retake this. It's going to be awkward, though, because it's going to be Note all alone, but Note could technically do it. We've seen crazy things before.
He's already been caught with the Prowler. Moose and Kumi going to back away. This looks like a save now. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Not enough time to justify, and Xander has just been so dangerous on the elbow to screens.
Yeah. They just decide it's simply not worth it. A 3-man save coming through, and like there was that opportunity, but as soon as Satellite kind of showed his head and they're like, yeah, actually, we're just not going to bother with this. Never mind. Let's just carry our rifles forwards. And it was such a decisive start to these rounds. And SRB on this attack, like I was pretty impressed when we got to see them previously against QOR, specifically on the attack. But still, it's looking so good. And yeah, at this point, QOR, you got to take that time out. 3 rounds in a row for SRB, meaning that they are, in fact, in striking distance. 1 round away as QOR, well, weapons aren't going to be great coming into this one, but at least they're able to carry those 3 rifles forwards.
Yeah, it's a tough call on what QOR goes for here. I don't know if they want to do a gamble stack because the rotation seems pretty quick, but you just can't step out into these entries. Shopify has too much ammo to justify like even stepping in front of the exec at this point. Like Smoke has to be so much more effective in the intercept from screens there. He has to like, or maybe wait a second or like toss a decoy out or just clearly match up with a little extra zhuzh in order for Shopify to get, you know, intimidated, because otherwise they have a couple points of contact they need to worry about just spraying down. Yeah. I don't even need to use that, but like Exa half the time hasn't even used his snake bite for those things. Oh. Like it's just been bullets and it works. Guardian and a Bucky.
Consistent. And now QOR on a little bit of a weird buy. It's going to be interesting, but let's see what they've got coming out of this timeout. We saw Shopify Rebellion go for this kind of like 5-man attack, and I imagine we're going to continue to see it. This time Exa is going to be lurking on that A site, but Note's going to be checked. Smoke, not so much. Dimensional Drift now online.
Cutting Noise. Setting the gate crash up for the late entry. Seems like he might just peek mid, and then, yeah, there's the drift. So he'll crunch up in a tower first, get the confirmed body up here, hop down, and then take the wide angle. Smoke still catching before TPing out, and they fully stopped. Smoke gets both. He finds Satellite wrapping back around and gets him too. The timing on that gate crash must have been insane. And Flya intercepting Nature's rotation. Could we be flawless here? Oh, no. All right. Well, Flya will fall. The rest of QOR stands tall. And a marvelous intercept. I mean, I don't know how much of that was a read from Smoke on where Satellite would end up, but shoot, he'll take that.
Oh, absolutely, he'll take that. And Smoke, once again, being the player to kind of swap over into playing this Yoru duelist, and has looked so good. Playing a lot more with the team, playing, you know, the fast rambunctious style of Yoru that Extra kind of introduced us to from Challengers last year. But this time it's just a lot more measured, a lot more contact, a lot more consistent. The door gets shut on Shopify Rebellion Black before they can even open it. And it's kind of crazy because that was the dimensional drift invested in there. And it still comes down to just getting sprayed through with Smoke on entry.
Yeah, is this where QOR lock it down now that they have the rifles to prove it? Was that streak with the bonus merely a fluke? Core playing conservative until they can get that snowball rolling. Smoke sprayed, Moose down. Already a great start to the aggressive approach up mid that is now questioned. Shopify, now toss a Prowler. Yeah, the quick backstep into the double down forces Core to split the diff on both sides of the map. So only 2 standing. And Smoke has to take that first sight line as early as possible. Nightfall intercepts the crowd, does everybody wrong. And everybody's stuck now. Xander hops into Smoke for B-Main though, and the pinch will still happen for Shopify. Every time it just looks so guaranteed. The other team just swipes their legs under them.
Spike plan.
My mental is boomed watching Xander find that kill with the shorty. It was nowhere close to him, and he still just walked into the smoke, and you're dead. And then the rest of Core fall like dominoes. What was initially just an excellent hold, the Nightfall was perfect. It knew exactly where this attack was going to be going. The information just worked out, but sometimes SRB just find the kills. And there's simply nothing you can do about it. Except QB just waiting now with the Vandal, waiting for someone to potentially poke their head around the corner to get another ultimate orb, but SRB aren't even going to give up that opportunity.
Flya is supposed to call that there's 3 caught by the Nightfall, and just nobody swings that stack. That's vulnerable.
Yeah.
And instead you walk into the smoke where Xander has the ability to jump peek into with the shorty because you know there's somebody else on the pinch because you only caught 3 with the Nightfall.
Oh, man.
That was such a throw. I'm gonna be so honest. Like, you had that in the bag. Flya had the most perfect ultimate I've ever seen on this map. And it's been gone to waste. Smoke now has to drift to potentially save this round, dude. To save the eco. Core's screwed if they don't win this.
Oh, man. Let's see how this one goes. Ion as well has the showstopper available, so still things on the board for SRB. As you see, Danger just used the Prowler, but wants the information, so just trying to run away from Prowler as long as possible. Smoke now watching up in heaven, or sorry, at the top of middle. Operator in hand, looking for an opportunity here, and Nature might be the one to do this round, but they do an excellent job at kind of clearing this one out.
Yeah, just making sure Smoke doesn't have a decent visage for even a second here, just has to relocate, and they think that the strong side is A. Now that the Interceptor's been wasted, they'll think the Shopify are going to have at least 1 member lurking there, but X has already rotated through the sewer, and it seems like they're going to still try and aggro through mid here. Yeah, Ion going for the showstopper, but vulnerable! And so is Exa! Was that a Nova Pulse that they stuck down? Or a Gravity Well? One of those, either way. Note just farmed 4 assists.
Oh, man. That was a tough round to watch. Actually, I think it was Moose just launching the snakebite in the midst of it all.
Oh,
Everybody
yeah.
Not done. And then on top of that, too, like, the timing on the rocket to initialize, you could see that Ion was mid pulling the rocket out. And honestly, that single kill would have been enough to try and open the gate there. But that was a bit of a rambunctious play to walk over a bunch of poison and get everybody nice and vulnerable. And that mid-aggression just amounts to absolutely nothing. And Core already ready to send in their reinforcements there. You see that first step after the utility gets used, they back up onto the site, but they can rotate at a moment's notice because they take that step backwards. So you can see that there are a lot of ideas going into this Core defense and making sure that they're going to be reinforcing where the pressure points of the SRB attack are going. And given the fact that we've seen this map before, I imagine Core once again have done their homework. Whereas SRB, because they won this one last time, sure, you can do a little bit of homework on how Core want to play it. But at the end of the day, Core might just have a bit of a better read since Core were the ones who had to change up their style for this match.
Yeah, really necessary call at this stage. When just those singular plays can completely topple you. And we see that time and again here. And the more players on the side of Core that are individually able to create that threat like Moose just has, the more backups you have to start initiating for Shopify. And they've already been kind of bouncing between these site entries. Not out of indecision, just out of trying to force Core to throw over more than they should.
And
feels like you can play with the clock even more than you already are.
Yeah.
Like you could back in that previous round, it feels like you could maybe even still throw the showstopper down from Ion, just wait a couple seconds for the snake bite to go, and then go for a B pinch off of that, even if he dies. Like, it's just Shopify has options. If anything, Effie's probably just reminding them that they do.
Yes. That's kind of exactly what the point I wanted to make was, because so many of these attacks, sure, it's been on different areas, but they've just been so like, we're going all in. Let's do our best. Let's fly in and find some kills, everybody. It's going to be great, even if we get caught by a nightfall. And we still somehow are winning it out. And so I think that timeout has to be called to say, hey, slow things down a little bit more. Force out some of that utility. Take your time. Play the information game before you decide to execute into these sites, because the rounds are so fast, so furious, but Core have been doing a great job at setting up their utility to be able to find it, as Excess somehow able to stay alive in the midst of that spray down.
Kumi caught the window, and what a transfer onto Exa to find the second. Satellite's already in though. Shopify are just gonna try and battering ram, and Ion with a huge soar up to heaven to catch Kumi. That was a sick arc. Now the walk up again from Smoke, and he whiffs it. Satellite beats him down before he can even let the shot fly. And Shopify may have found it again. Enough space making. Eye on the extension. Catches Moose too. And now the tuck can remain on the ramp. So Shopify take over even more of that space. Oh no, yeah, getting toyed with a tad bit. Xander just gonna fire away that paranoia. Space him out. Keeping guns would be really nice here though. So the quick fadeaway on the Nebula to bring Note down to 75.
Obscuring vision.
God, no time.
Not anymore.
Yep.
And there you go. Nice way to approach it to make sure you don't lose another body there. Which Shopify still got to stay keen on doing. It is still quite an uphill battle from here, as there's still more Fulcrum rounds to win in Core. I mean, they've been relatively set up, and they do have some ultimates in the cycle here ready to go. So yeah, I mean, these intercept plays are still so dangerous for them.
Yeah, and I want to remind you the tools that Shopify Rebellion Black have on the entry, right? Like, they've got Ion, they've got Satellite, and they've got Xander. 2 of these 3 agents can teleport, and the last one does an excellent job at just navigating the space and drawing a lot of attention. And they have to kind of use that X factor, that confusion, to be able to try and find those kills onto Core. You're just not expecting the agents to get into the little nooks and crannies that they've consistently been able to. That, to me, feels like it could be that win condition for SRB to be able to find anything. We already see the Prowler going exploring outside of that A site. Smoke catching that teleport there, so the operator gets identified. A lot of information gained by SRB as Moose uses the snake bite there, but will just get sprayed down.
Yeah, enough pressure placed to just mow it down, and Satellite gonna go for the insert here. Fly up for the peek up, and Satellite turns to that as well. Now forcing him to be just that singular threat while Core has to look for the opening, and Note has caught Xander meditating.
There.
Not what you expect out of the Omen, but Xander was looking for an opportunity potentially to go out there, but Note spots them all out, so
yeah,
it's gonna be smoke in heaven.
Oh, Ion with the quick approach up with the blast packs, and the operator's already been clocked. Now you can flash your way through him. Smoke still manages to land one more, but can't blindly find his way up the zip, so it'll be a 3v1 back again for Kumi, and yeah, you bet your bottom dollar he ain't taking that. So it'll be 10 up here on Split. Marks, it's gotten close again, man.
No, I'm not saying I called it, but it's looking more and more likely like overtime might just be on the horizon. Shopify Rebellion Black, though, doing a really good job that time and circumventing a lot of that space. And sure, Xander kind of getting caught off guard, but still we're looking at a great kind of take in. As well as I want to highlight one of the things I'm noticing, Satellite not going for the operator or sniper rifle anymore. We talked about the duel coming in between Satellite and Smoke. But at this point, like, now that Smoke has been activated, you see Satellite losing a lot of those duels now. Hey, it's all good. Just play with the rest of the team. Let's use that YORO utility not as an escape measure. After you find those operator kills at the beginning of the round, use it to infiltrate into the site and help us get space. I think it's working out better for SRB, swapping Satellite more into the spearhead because he's been finding a lot of frags. It's been looking really good from him. And that kind of feels like it's going to be the big factor to kind of make sure that SRB might be able to convert more of these rounds and potentially tie up our series 1-1.
I love the break point on the map picks coming through double duty potentially here if Shopify keep the streak going. Smoke gets sussed out by the Prowler, has to TP nice and early back into Ace screens. Shopify going into the close quarters. Flya!
My God.
Able to catch X on the walk up. There's your lurker already gone. With the Sheriff, no less. And now QOR can easily weigh the stack in, go for the gamble. Kumi's been caught out. Yeah, Ion's heard that before. Come on. The one guy you're going to try and do that against?
Yep. To be fair, I will say the last time these two teams faced there, Kumi walked away with a double kill off that box, so you know, it was a pain point.
Just trying to relive the glory days, huh?
Exactly, and it was Ion 2 who was the one who walked by that box, so mistakes not being repeated this time around. But I liked how I hyped up the fact that Satellite was now playing the rifle duty, but this time, of course, sorry, Satellite has now got the sniper rifle in hand. Regardless, though, in a little bit of a hide-and-seek game, it looks like SRB are going to choose the right site to engage onto. Nobody home for QOR. Well, QOR... Oh, hold on a second. Okay, yeah, there we go. Dimensional Drift actually coming out just to confirm that there's nobody onto the site, so it's actually going to work out all good for QOR, who will be able to make this 4-man retake happen.
Yeah, got a good execute itself. Just had to shift walk your whole way there because Flya was so tucked up, listening for the rotation. But yeah, already a crucial couple seconds wasted. Satellite posted up the one-shot sniper, but Moose is quicker. Huge, and Flya now making his way back through spawn. If this is the round QOR win, oh goodness me. Nature and Ion posted up. Dimensional Drift gonna catch both of them out. Ion still able to find his on the opener. Now the showstopper just to play keep away. Blastpack doing the same sort of thing, but the defense walks in through screens as well. Smoke holds his own in the meantime, and now it's just Ion left, who Smoke can turn to as well. The one-man army when all else can't break through, and with still more than enough time, QOR can hold on to the lead.
That's a crazy Thrifty coming through, and really it was Flya finding that initial kill right as soon as the gates pretty much opened. So sharp, takes down Exa. And that could have been a lot of stall potential that was going to happen there, but then that time around, QOR just completely surround and dominate SRB on the actual site. Nothing to be had, nothing to be made. Shopify Rebellion Black, they will have enough money to continue to buy into this next one. Ion, though, uses the showstopper. Oh my goodness me. Oh, look at all of the ultimates that have been expended on Shopify Rebellion Black's side. Only Exa, 2 ultimate orbs away, while QOR laughing from their throne. 3 ultimates available and pretty powerful ones at that.
Yeah, oh, and Flya immediately just spraying down the approach to try to catch the post TP. Such a good first blood by him.
The sprays through the smokes. It's crazy. How consistent
yeah, just keep it going. Why not?
I know, right? Just always shoot. Just always shoot through your smokes. That's the only lesson to be learned right now.
Opening up heaven one half at a time. Ion and Nature using that util in tandem. Stopped by a Nebula. And now Flya can just toss it all right back. QOR maintaining the neutral solo against 4 people right now. As that Viper's Pit continues to be the midway that SRB really don't want to push into. Finally giving away that space. Took forever. You're at 50 seconds and Shopify hasn't even cleared through the ramps all the way.
And they're going to try and take this heaven control here, but Smoke is still just watching it. Like Hawk, still with an operator in hand, so that's such a deadly thing to... Yeah, that's exactly how I expected that one to play out.
And Flya's position not red on the bottom here. Quick wrap again. He is just a dormouse. Smoke. Woo! Show off to get them to 12. And Shopify, I mean, they might come as close as they did last time, but close is not close enough.
Eesh. Not close enough indeed, and now their buy is looking a little bit scattered. Take a look, Ion got a Bucky in hand. To be fair, we did see some magic with some shotguns earlier, but this is not how you wanted things to go. And on top of that too, the changeup of where this positioning was, Smoke went completely unchecked. There was nothing for SRB to clear Smoke out from the back of that site. And they just walk into a death trap, struggling to even get that heaven control. Just like that, QOR looking to take this series 2-0 at this point. Evolution gets activated. It's going to be the poke through. It's a bit more of a gamble for QOR onto A. But as always, they can swing over to mid if they need be. And SRB look poised yet again to add that additional pressure here.
Decoy just to burn away. On the trip. Prowler to suss out the vents. Shopify want to maintain the presence in mid. After the pit attempted to condition. Exa ready for the collapse. Avoids the haunt. As the two will try to overstep right as this pinch will... Oh, Xander with the double up. Trying to trade out against Exa, but Kumi holds his own. And Core stay positive. Now the defensive Nightfall coming out from Flya on the rest of the crowd. Shopify yet again, don't expect it. Vulnerable, all tied together like a three-legged race. They must overextend, Satellite must overcommit, and the spike is stuck. No more opportunities. And it is 2-0 here in the series. Core just one map away from taking their first title in North American Challengers history.
Which would be absolutely bonkers if that was going to be the case. But once again, one of the biggest complaints I had about the winners final was it felt like Core were coming into it just a little bit unprepared against what Shopify Rebellion Black were going to be bringing to the table. It just felt like a little bit of a mismatch. You could tell the confidence was oozing out of Core. They're like, we know our game. We're going to be able to win. It didn't necessarily seem like they were doing as much counter-stratting as we would have expected, especially in a winners final. But I can tell you, by a mile, they have fixed things up right now. They've done their homework. They've been preparing so much for this, which honestly is just really refreshing to see, because don't forget, they came out of a best of 5 yesterday that went the distance. And yet still, they look so prepared. They have the read on SRB. And even though SRB were starting to slowly creep their way back up, they could do nothing to stop Core. Core now one map away from getting it all. But man, oh man, SRB, they got to clean it up before map number 3.
100% Core looking as prepared as ever, but this next map will be the one to truly test how much of that Core is able to do. Their hard ban across this stage is map 3. We'll see if Shopify can take it to Haven after the break.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Defend for himself solo, and Moose gets checked. I want to hype this up. Flya to left for Zaj, and they're just gonna play together. The winner! Oh,
you are a beast. Let's go.
Straight down the window. Exa 2v1.
On this core defense here.
This. Oh!
With Core up 1 in the series, it was time to head into the second map of Split, something that has gone the distance for these two teams before. And on the day, it's a slow but steady pace for Core to take the win 13-10, up 2-0 and on series point. I mean, Roy, looking back at the match, it was slow, it was methodical, and it was enough to net them the win.
It was more than enough to net them the win. I'm actually really liking the way that Core is playing, a huge bounce back from what we saw. I mean, just overall, it feels like excuse me, yes, Core. Sorry, it feels like Core just has a good pace. The pace just works. And I feel like we were kind of talking about it in the green room, right? Where we talked a lot about the pacing and just how slow, how methodical, how defaulty this is. Like every pick matters kind of pacing. And I feel like it's kind of reminiscent of the EU style, right? Where like it kind of makes sense. The Flya's guy in the EU staying on his calling. The pace is exactly just like that. It's super slow. It's super methodical. And what we saw from them was it felt like full control.
Yeah, and it makes sense also going up against like a Shopify Rebellion Black that has a very similar kind of controlled kind of way that they like to play Split in particular, because of, you know, the fact that the double controller is meta on this map. And I think that what was so impressive to me from Core was the fact that we knew that, you know, the attacking side was going to be their stronger side. That is where they found so much of their success the last time up against Shopify as well. But the fact that they end up actually managing to get, like, what was it? I can't even count right now. It was like a 6-1 kind of lead at the beginning.
7-1.
7-1 at that point.
Yep.
Okay, even better. Was so impressive, especially when it is that kind of like controlled kind of play style. We saw a lot of like conditioning. The casters were talking about how they were jerking Shopify Rebellion Black around the map, showing a lot of that presence over towards A main early on the extremities, and then going for those re-clears as well into mid, and then having that opportunity for, you know, Smoke to try and work a lot of those picks with the sniper rifle. It was really hard for Shopify, I think, to get a read on the defense with how successful the calling was from Flya.
They didn't even know where to allocate their defensive players. They didn't even know what was going wrong, right? Like the only round that was extremely convincing for me in that first half is the third round where SRB had the flash trap for the A main, and they kind of knew that the op liked to work in that direction, and it was a perfect clean sweep. Besides that, it felt like Core was actually the one in full control of that first half. And I feel like it's the manner that they won the first half that to me is extremely convincing, because it's very obvious that once this team starts off hot, once they get that pistol round and Flya gets his grip on the macro, it feels like they're so good at switching things up, moving one piece here, moving one piece there, like changing the pace, changing the tempo, and just like also the way they were splitting on B, it was just so grimy and just so grindy and just extremely hard to deal with if you're SRB and you're getting completely suffocated on that defensive side.
And looking across the board and looking at the player performance as well, this wasn't necessarily a flashy map coming on out because they didn't need it to be, right? This is where we get to see a couple of those other pieces, Roy, of the team step up. And Flya, you guys have been talking so much about his calling. We've seen how much impact throughout the series, and he's gonna combine that with a bunch of kills under his belt too, like really leading from the front.
Yeah, I'm thinking back on that one of the last rounds. It was round 22 where Flya just walks, or round 21 actually. He walks up there on Thrifty, the only Thrifty that Core won that round, and he instantly finds the 1D just off rip, the Sheriff, just instant kill. That I feel like that kind of it almost makes the picture clear that this person is not only calling, but he's popping off. He's getting so many kills. He's having so much impact when it's required. And then you pair that up with the way that Smoke was playing and how annoying Smoke is to deal with on the operator. There's just so many elements of Core's playstyle that you really don't want to fall too far behind, because once that system starts kicking in, it feels like there's so many different win conditions happening simultaneously.
I do really want to give a nod over to Satellite and Ion, though, in that second half. Like, the fact that SRB were able to really start to come back into Split and making it such like a close series to take it to a 13-10 came down to a lot of those mid picks that were being worked by Shopify Rebellion Black. Those reclears into mid, they were constantly shutting down Moose, it feels like, over in vents or into mail, and really opening up those rounds on the attack. But the big difference maker that allowed QOR to really take this one over the line and close the map out was once Smoke that got that operator online and they started putting him into that mid position, it became so much harder for the double duelists to try and break into that space to split onto those sides.
Hashtag smoked.
Now, hashtag smoked. I mean, at this point, QOR 2-0 within the series as we look into the third map, with very interesting implications, because yeah, if QOR win this out, they just win the entire thing, right? But Haven has been their permaban. We have absolutely no idea what they're gonna do here, which is a very weird permaban to have. And on the contrary, Roy, we've seen SRB with a really strong approach here, but it does mean there's also a lot of tape on them as well.
Exactly. That to me is the big question mark, is one, what composition is QOR pulling out, right? There's really no way to know. But and I'm trying not to prematurely celebrate here for QOR's victory, but I feel like these first two map wins are extremely huge, obviously, right? You've stolen Abyss, one of your worst maps. Now we're going into Haven, where it feels like a lot of that pressure is relieved. And I feel like no matter what happens in this map, they still have a ton of room to bounce back. So I feel like that relief of pressure is going to allow them to just pick a composition, be good with it, as long as they've maybe gotten a few scrims, few reps in. You know, it's Haven. It's not like it's a new map. It's not very difficult to play. Feels like the win conditions are pretty laid out. But for me, it's like it's that familiarity and that lack of pressure that could be a winning condition here for QOR.
Yeah, and we talked about it top of day, like Roy was mentioning how, Shopify Rebellion Black, they get such an advantage being able to have those first two bans, and then this veto going into their favor there as well, with things starting off with that Abyss and split, and the fact that it's, those are important maps that we're expecting to see for Shopify Rebellion Black. But now heading into this unknown quantity for the side of QOR, I am not surprised by this at all. I was actually pretty much expecting Kumi and Smoke to be on that duelist role together. I think that they have a really good balance and dynamic when it comes down to that dive there from Kumi that creates a lot of that chaos for Smoke to capitalize on his more like contact kind of plays. Though we know that Moose, we talk about him all the time and how good he is when it does come down to those timings. I think it's going to be interesting to see that Cypher going head to head up against Ion Theon.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at the QOR composition, I'm thinking two things. One, the fast floods. The Cypher util really allows for it. The Yoru TPs really allows for it, right? They're able to flood quickly with flashes on the Yoru, with the Paranoia as well on the Omen. And it's either that or they're going to play very disruptive, constantly fight through the Viper util on A main. Try not to let the double controllers do what they do best, which is deny you info, deny you space, right? That as soon as you respect that structure, it feels extremely suffocating to play that defensive side on Haven. And for Shopify, it's establishing that pace, it's establishing that dominance, getting QOR to respect the boundaries of your composition. That will be the key ingredient here for Shopify Rebellion to begin this reverse sweep.
Looking at Haven in the series, we have put so much pressure on QOR throughout. What can we see on this permaban? But now up to within the series and one map away from closing it out, all of that pressure is now on Shopify Rebellion Black. Going into Haven, can they close this out and prolong this series, or is it going to be QOR with a clean sweep to become our champions? Let's get to it. It's time to find out and send it to your casters, Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, all eyes are on Shopify Rebellion at the moment here, going into a map that QOR has not touched this entire stage. Decent amount of film against this composition, and Shopify having this as one of their best maps. Ion has been able to run rampant on this pretty consistently with the help of the facilitating from the double proxy Senti from Satellite and Exa. With starting off on this attack half, which is normally their stronger half, you have high hopes walking into this map, but man, QOR looks so good, and the unknowns are almost scarier than the knowns at this point.
That's one of the things, right? Like, QOR look scary. And the fact that they kind of permaban Haven is still a little bit wild to me, because this is one of those maps that everybody knows. It could just work out in their favor here. Smoke able to find Ion right off the bat, and it is going to be Smoke actually walking away with two.
Yeah, before just TPing back out into A-Link to make sure there's no lurkers on that side. Instead, it's Nature, but Moose is able to meet them lickety-split. And they'll just step back again, sequence this defense, make sure that the 4v2 is still clean as can be. Shopify will be opportunistic about that, try to take over the B site.
And while it is the dynamic duo in Satellite and Xander, both players who have been looking really sharp right now, they're able to actually win it out against Smoke. And now Spike will go down, but it's still this 3v2 scenario, so Core might be able to walk away with this one just yet.
Smoke dissipating, now cycled on B-Link, so 2 members of Core entering through the garage. No flank check available for them. Toxic Screen will come back up soon. Flya just making sure that Satellite doesn't get too aggressive. It's got to be confirmed. Everyone's in the backside at this point. First step out in shots, as yet again Garage will be threatened.
One enemy remaining.
Defensive pinch comes in. Xander and Satellite both land theirs! And Xander with the knife to finish it!
Oh boy.
That is a feeding frenzy for the attack half, and Shopify convert a 2v4 to take the first pistol.
You know what makes things difficult? When you're down a man. You know what makes it easier? If nobody can see a damn thing, and therefore we're all on the same page on how this one is going to be playing out here. Good job just navigating through all of the denial of information and still able to walk away with a knife kill from Xander just at the very end there. An excellent start to this pistol round from Shopify Rebellion, but I still think that Core looked a little bit sharper just at that beginning of the round. Now it is going to be a 5-man gamble stack just outside of that A site, while SRB probably a little bit faster to get that spike down on B and make it nice and easy.
And the desk hit it right on the head. The more disciplined you force Core to be earlier on in the game, the easier it is for you to be able to set up your own game and get your streak started. Shopify, with this attack half, they want to start off as dominant as they normally do, so that Core have to respect them first, fight them second. It's what's kept them from being able to get a word in edgewise a lot of these rounds that have just been so punishable previously. Core will just play for the explosion this round. Don't want to hand over any extra orbs, especially to a player like Ion or Xander, who shoot is already halfway there with the TP. You have the ability to get a nice backstab in the bonus. So waste not, want not for this round, as already Shopify will get a good eco going.
All things considered, it's kind of funny because, you know, like the way that they planted the spike, it was on B, that's fine. But actually, if they planted it onto C, then it would have been a lot more likelier that Core would have had to walk into Shopify Rebellion, whereas they can just hang out down there and all walk into the spike explosion onto B. So 2 easy rounds for SRB. We're going to be seeing them fully bonus into this one. A lot of Bulldogs got bought up, actually. And Exa was the only one who, you know, played a little bit more cautiously with the money. So we'll have a Vandal this time around. But guess who saw this one coming? Core, Smoke specifically, gonna have an Operator in hand. And so I imagine that they're gonna be using that Yoru to play off of some of that utility set up from the Sova to try and get in, get a kill, get out, and then leave the rest to Kumi if you run into any more problems.
Yeah, he has to have help because he can't flash himself, and he didn't buy any util. This cannon is truly glass, and it still shatters Nature first. And he TPs right back over to the crowd where Kumi and Flya are doubled up on the sewer. That's already a great start to the bonus here for Core. Nice discipline. But still having to pay respect to Shopify's bottom line, which looks to once again be B. Satellite stepping in through the screen. Gutsy, but notes prepared. Now Exa, next man in the single file line, just as the smoke fades in. Able to catch at least a chunk of a body. Now spraying down to be able to get, at least get note down. Another 2v4.
It'd be tough, but this time with all the weapons, I don't know how really the lack of information can really come around. We see X actually going for a pretty wide thing around there. Xander gets spotted out, but able to dodge.
Double clouds in for Kumi. Paranoia to counteract just that solo, so now the double can step in. Xander great spray down. And Exa doesn't have too much work cut out for him. Kumi gonna hold this spike. Nanoswarm will get him off of that. Attempt number 2. Oh, so much spray down in the meantime. That's gotta send it surely, right? And next man in line, Moose able to step up and double it. So, Core will have enough time to get this defusal down, save the bonus, but 2 rifles standing. It seems like Shopify have already been able to pierce through a decent chunk of this map on the opening 3 for attack. This has been an impressive start for them.
It really has, and once again, all eyes on Smoke, operator in hand, this is really what we wanted to see Smoke start to do. And the thing was on the previous maps when we wanted to keep Smoke in check, well, Shopify Rebellion Black had a lot of initiator utility to kind of work off of, right? Like they could smoke, they could use different types of drones, get that information, force Smoke to back up. But unfortunately, based on how things are going now, Nature's the only one really to be able to really push Smoke back. At the same time, though, you need to save a lot of that Sova utility to guarantee safe passage. That is a very key component of how Shopify Rebellion Black like to push into those sites. And so that means that Smoke could continue to remain uncontested here. Operator in hand, looking for more value as everyone's tiptoeing just around the line.
Sooner or later, something's got to break. Oh no, it's actually caught Satellite with the window peek. TP into backside from Xander just for the intel. Yeah, that'll stick out Smoke. How does he get Xander there? What? Oh, this man is locked and loaded.
Wow,
Especially
that was
now
crazy. In that long sight line, like Ion can't do a damn thing. Nature, though, might have an opportunity, is able to at least find Kumi. Might draw some attention away for a second, but I think at this point, unless QOR are able to walk away with one more kill, this should be just a save.
Yeah, no reason to try to hand anything else over now. And yeah, I mean that's the window of time that Smoke has been handed time and again throughout this tournament to be able to punish like that. He's just so proficient. You cannot allow him a moment. And if we get to this point, like other teams have, where instead of trying to contest and beat him like Shopify was able to so consistently on the previous two maps, if you're just trying to avoid him, I'm so sorry, that's not going to work for the long haul.
No, it really isn't, and especially with the Yoru kit. He could be anywhere. You see him on one site, you hear the operator shot. Oh, gate crash. Does that mean he's on C now? You know, like it's so difficult to try and navigate around that. And I really think that this is going to continue to be a difficult part of Shopify Rebellion Black's attack. You know, the trying to take Smoke out early on in the round, it's just simply near impossible. They have to kind of get lucky in being able to find those initial duels. Which, to be fair, SRB, the players are definitely capable of making that happen, but it still feels like such a hard gamble, especially with how Haven is set up, with a lot of these long sight lines being available to the Yoru. Outside of C, down A long, even peeking on window is going to be difficult against him.
It's got to be just gritting your teeth and bearing it. Using Ion mainly to get around those upheld checkpoints and force Smoke into a corner that he's not able to really get dynamic. Strone's gonna cut a bit of a hole in the attack, but nothing super committal just yet. Just watching in the lanes. TP out just for info if anybody's watching directly down it, but instead Moose has just gotten his way into the cubby. Shopify gonna drone into A as Kumi's gonna creep into the sewer. He's very by himself at the moment, but could get the timing on one. Spots Nature's gun, not the shots though, and now he's ISO'd. Rest of the team gonna get to him quick. Smoke's operator is available for this intercept, and it will be able to turn the block just in time for the crowd to come approach. And in fact, he's got help. Crowd stack, all the bait in Smoke's operator shots, which might have to be the only thing that lands anything for QOR's sake. Flya finally gets in on the action as the smoke falls, but now the war on two fronts will pressure Smoke before they can get to Nodu, who has to make up for it. Does manage to get rid of Exa and TP out before the danger fully makes itself known, but Nature now able to grab that rifle for this 1v2. Moose, though, creeping up the sewer. All this while with the rat back from spawn. Doesn't look like Nature is keen to it at all. And there it is. QOR have taken the lead, only 5 rounds deep into what's supposed to be Shopify's stronger half.
It's QOR just lifting Smoke up and putting him on that golden pedestal right now. So many of these plays are just honestly throwing bodies at the floor at this point, just to enable Smoke to have more value, get more space, and punish anything. The swing out from SRB was fine. They go around the corner, they've got people backing them up. It should work out in their favor, and yet still, turns out Kumi and Flya just bait, so Smoke is able to walk away with that 2K with the operator, halting all progress, buying plenty of time for Moose to get that wraparound. And so, yeah, it is going to be a timeout being called because at this point, like, it's feeling so dominant for QOR with no real answer happening right now on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. So let's see what Effie's has in the tank to try and pull these players together, to try and figure out something to turn it around, because right now, like, it's just like, hey, let's just get Smoke to be able to find those kills, get him feeling nice and warm, get him hitting a lot, and then the rest of the win condition is going to be set up. The smokes to block him off have not even been super effective, despite the fact that that is how SRB want to play.
Yeah, I mean, if Core just wants to shuffle trade their way through this, then yeah, Shopify have to find a different way to win these out than meeting the threats head on, pack for pack. Like, because, I mean, there are going to be those moments where you have to be constantly active, and in those moments, Smoke is also allowed to be constantly active and just throw a javelin-sized bullet through the crowd.
Oh, it's so intimidating, but at the same time, Nature at least trying to keep Kumi honest there from that initial peek. It is a little bit of a weaker buy. Ion having the rifle, but Loose just implanted at the back of sight, and camera does not get taken out.
Yeah, has yet to hang here, and the TP in from Xander is spotted. Yeah, not gonna be not checking that anytime soon. Ion only good for the 1-for-1. Now the lockdown from Shopify to try to solve it. Kumi's already taken care of Exa, and the lockdown's sort of just sitting in front of the door, but even so, Satellite able to get 2 kills up before Moose has to trade it back. Satellite again dinks as Smoke tries to make his rampage down to save this round out, and he will, with only half of the spike held as well. It'll be more than easy enough for Core to make their way through that. Satellite definitely once again making it difficult, but never impossible for Core.
Oh, never is, and you can see a little bit of a whoopsie moment from Core. You know, they're like, oh yeah, lockdown, let's just strong arm our way through. We are unstoppable at this point. While Moose was just farming value at the back of the site, and it just offered up the opportunity for Satellite to find 2 players, but unfortunately, the one he needed to find was going to be Smoke just at the very end there. It was all the way by the spike as well. So Core get another round, and that is going to be actually losing the lockdown. Another very important ultimate. Now Smoke has the Dimensional Drift, Moose as well, Neural Theft online. 4 tools for Core to continue to keep their dominance kind of falling ahead here as SRB try to make a round happen.
If not here, then when? Gutsy spray down from Flya into what could be far more bullets to meet him. But that'll waste a decent amount of time, as Smoke has now walked all the way down the lane on C. I mean, this is already a really solid cold compress from Core. And with the Owl Drone hurt in the sewer, feels more and more inevitable that Core will be ready for this intercept. Yeah, Kumi's already made his way back over. Rotation potentially coming in now after that noise is cut. But yeah, I mean, everyone's set to be able to play the long game here.
It's so tough as well, because you see, like, as soon as Smoke's able to guarantee the space outside of C, Moose is just chilling in the B side. Once again, in that such a tricky position. But now the pinch comes out from Kumi as well onto A to guarantee that space. They know exactly where this one is coming, and Fly has an Odin waiting for it.
Yeah, able to converge from either side, and there goes Flya with the first spray down, already dealing a hell of a lot of damage. And Moose, all the while, still stuck on the gong, same exact spot he was before, and Nature can spray through it this time. With the help of Satellite's toxic screen in the pit now up as well. Core has got to breach a little farther down, but with the Dimensional Drift and this Odin, you can just spray. No praying necessary. Satellite yet again has to be the saving grace in this pit, and Exa with the backstab makes it possible. Smoke caught out by the turret as well, and unable to break through this pit. He's gonna bloody well try, though. He's got time to try to make a dent here and keep the streak going. But yeah, choked up. And now the Poison Orb out. That will send it. Shopify Rebellion have enough to make it work. These 2 sentries able to hold their own on the B side. Shopify will get to 3.
Satellite really just in this pit was just like, all right, I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna find some kills and call it a day. Just walking in, not necessarily knowing whether or not he was gonna be able to find value, but just decides to explore anyways and spray the gun a couple of times and just finds everybody necessary. Such an excellent play coming through off of the Dimensional Drift to try and scout out all of the members from SRB. And they guarantee so many kills thanks to Flya's Odin there. But unfortunately, it's not enough. The heroics for Satellite carry SRB across the finish line. Exa as well, making sure to help out to apply that additional pressure. And now it's going to be knives pulled for Kumi on this round. Still 3 other ultimates to play off of. It's going to be an early Hunter's Fury that actually guarantees a bit of space as Kumi goes in.
Oh, let Kumi try and go for the blades, but he couldn't land any of them, and the Hunter's Fury couldn't chase down the rest of Ion or Xander's health pool, so they'll both walk in just at half. But Shopify a little locked into the A lane right now, and the drone is going to resus it, so they've got to creep up just a little harder. Nature now going to use his own drone to force Kumi to either creep back or step in and waste another knife, but he'll do neither. He'll just waste that classic and now get procced out by the dart. Ion's going to rush in fully, and the Hunter's Fury can chase down the back line, now down the link as well, so Shopify can take over the A site in full, and they do.
Oh, jeez. They're playing so carefully right now, but no, already in heaven.
Yeah, found one on the way down as Moose, before the smoke dissipated, also got away with one. Now smoke on the creep back up sewer. Is anybody turned to this after the neural theft is procced? Spike's still ticking away though, and that smoke about to dissipate on heaven here so that Moose can go for the drop down. Flash out, Nature caught early on. Moose finds the opportunity to hit Graffiti. 3v2 to 2v1. Ion catching from below though. On 10 HP, has to land a headshot, but Smoke with the wall bang after he hears the slide. And yet again, it is this Yoru, this goddamn legend of a duelist, to be the only one left standing here on Haven. It's 5-3 core.
Wow, great play coming through, and look at all of the value that QOR are able to pull out of SRB. Nature using the Hunter's Fury is able to do a good job at kind of sending things back, but it ultimately is just, once again, map control. QOR, they've got such an iron grasp on the entirety of this map, and they're closed down every single angle onto SRB. It's just so difficult for them to be able to do anything. You see every single time SRB are able to get the spike plant down, even in their successful attacking rounds, mind you, QOR are already setting up to get that flank online, to get that additional information. And QOR just looks so damn good at shutting them down once they've got SRB on the ropes.
And this buy will continue to be a Smoke. Only needs an outlaw to deal with 4 of the 5 members of this attacking team. Ion with this overdrive, ready to raid boss if it's possible to even happen. No notes on high. Takes care of it all on his own. Mighty impressive, my man. That is 6 now for QOR, dealt with swiftly.
And you just see note there, just like, yeah, no big deal. I got an ace to close out map number 1. I'm riding that high all the way into the ground. The end of the match. That time around, just looking so clean with it as well. Smoke, of course, able to start us out with our first play. Just up top here, tapping away, finding all the values, all the kills needed.
Another day at the office for him.
Like you see them, they came into the first map and you could tell their heads were definitely in the game. It was looking so damn good from them. Right now, they look scattered. And do you really blame them on the permaban of QOR? Here they are, down 6-3. Trying to make this one happen is QOR still have 3 more rounds to potentially get this defense even higher.
Yeah, that's the scariest thing, is you're not asking about how Shopify can recover. You're asking, how does QOR take this to 9? That just feels like it's in the cards. Paranoia as Smoke gets up nice and close. Ion reads it like a book. Quick overdrive kill to start things out, and now there's that raid bossing. Creeping his way throughout the site, making sure everything is fully clear before letting himself go buck wild on the link, and with help, he will make it easy. Shopify, a very decisive ace site to the point where QOR won't contest it any further. With 2 left standing, they're just gonna go save.
A lot more decisive that time around. We see Ion go in, overdrive available, and I hate to be that guy to kind of call it out, but SRB, like, you can't expect Ion to be able to just run in there and find all of these kills right off the bat. That's such a tall ask for your duelist, and sure, the support is coming through, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of those rounds are not necessarily going to go that way, especially if they're not able to find Smoke and he's able to slip away, then that sniper rifle can continue to be such a hard thing to deal with. Regardless, though, SRB make this within striking distance, so it will be 4-6. 2 more rounds into this half as they're able to keep all their weapons into this next round as well, which is super important because their economy isn't exactly the most stable right now.
Yeah, it's still quite piecemeal. So, a bit of a struggle meal for QOR in this late bit of the half. Now, Shopify, yeah, I mean, without the overdrive, you obviously don't have as many activating tools. Wondering if Xander's going to use this TP again to suss out the C. Shopify Could look to take this quickly with the 5 stack, just jumping at the barricade here. Kumi with the operator.
Yeah.
The 4 stack on A here. Really letting Moose take the responsibility. And Owl Drone's gonna eat the trap wire, so you can just bum rush in. Moose still gets the spray down before getting sprayed back. 1 for 1 as Core is quick to retaliate already, but the Poison Orb can play keep away with the members that are already here, so the spike can get held and not wall banged away. But Xander quickly found after the smoke goes down. And now, Core can take their sweet time as the spike will finally fall just as Core makes it back. Already a little ahead of the game here. Shopify having to play a little scared, a little farther up. Does it have to be another Ion go kill round? It feels like that's what so much of Shopify has to hinge on at this stage. And he can't go kill. He's been handed a decoy and now 3 players to the face. Spray down on the garage is only good for the trade away. Satellite cannot do it all this time. And Core will get up to 7.
Wow, that's a tough round there. I was going to call out the fact that it felt like operator roulette on the side of Core. Starts in Kubi's hands, goes over to Flyas, and everyone's like, well, Core or Smoke should be the one who has it. And yet still the operator, not even necessary at the end of the day. Note's been shooting so sharp, and the duelists are playing off of each other beautifully. That time around, Smoke barely able to survive. Shout out to the decoy, absorbing a lot of the bullets there, allowing for Smoke to step out. And that's the perfect timing for Kubi to rush in, but it's just making sure to cross their T's, dot their I's for Core. Play grouped up. We know we can just win with the numbers advantage. You look at that scoreboard as well. Satellite at 12 kills. The next highest is Ion and Exa, only at 5 apiece. It's looking really dire for SRB right now.
Careful now. By the book, Xander can spray his way to a kill onto Smoke. Overeager, finally caught. Moose with his presence on the garage has to be everything for that deep cut beyond the Viper's Pit that now controls the opening of that C-Link. Core attempting to step into it. Kumi here to help out on Moose as the drone is going to catch him as well. The drop down, actually a good distraction piece. So you're not able to sense out the amount of presence that's coming from the garage. Note with the TP up, immediately sprayed through, and now you only have to look one direction. Xander nabbing a 3K for that round. Shopify make it a respectable 5-7 half.
Yeah, such a better job that time around. We see them really just kick the door open, and I think that smoke with the operator was such a big deterrent for SRB to try that in the first place, right? Because you see, they're like, all right, gang, let's rush in on one of those sites. Uh-oh, the operator's there. We've already lost somebody, and there's backup from Core being able to go through. But once we see Core make that adaptation to try and swap things up a little bit, apply that pressure, then SRB have the full go-ahead. They're able to just kick the door down, march their way in, get the spike down so quickly, and just completely change up the pace on Core. Something that they weren't able to do for a majority of those attacking rounds. But I digress. We are swapping over, and now SRB are going to be the ones onto the defense. Once again, it just comes down to the denial of information and map control. That's why you bring in all these walls. That's why you bring in all of these smokes. Try and make it so that Core don't know a damn thing and have to walk into players who are just in fun positions.
First creep up from Smoke. Making sure nobody's too close quarters. But everybody's leaning the right way here. Wow, Note committing a smoke to garage. I don't know how many that's going to keep over when the stack's already committed to sticking on the A site, but Kumi with this lurk to help a Moose might get away with a little something. Toxic screen falls. Kumi opening the first bit of peeking, and the slide in from Ion catches Smoke on that opening lurk in the sewer, while Moose can't make a dent. Kumi's still gotten in, and is starting to wrap towards that garage, but not watching for Exa as the barrel pokes out. Now, Do-si-do with Satellite. Flya trying to hold his own against 2 at once, manages the opener, and now has help out. Not for long, though, and Nature clears the remainder. 4 stay standing for a pistol taken by Shopify.
A great job from SRB. Stabilize themselves. The pistol round looked very decisive the first time. It still looks decisive again. And it's an interesting idea by Core, you know, really focusing on that element of map control to try and get their moments where they can based off the scouting that's completed by some of their players. But unfortunately, it just simply is not enough that time around. The full buy-up coming through from SRB yet again. Let's see if history is going to repeat itself. It looks like it's going to be that push up into Yeah, push up into mid a little bit while applying that pressure onto C. Try and play out that space, but they're going to be walking into Ion, who's got this sniper rifle here and is at least able to drop the spike. So big boon, and you know he's going to go hunting.
Yeah, tried to double up on the swing for what they knew could potentially be the sniper, but it wasn't timed properly, and Kumi just could not land the shots in response. Just a shame that the spike happens to be what gets stranded because of it, because now Shopify can put 5 members on top of that. This is as easy as pie, and it's flawless, in fact. A great round by Shopify to tie things up, show that they can stay as stoic as Core did. Comes to the interceptions now, and the bonus, of course, is Core will be stocked up, kitted out, ready to fight.
And this is where things start to get dicey. I mean, hero plays coming through from Ion, nothing to be really surprised about based off of how he was playing on Envy last year. You know, all those players are just ready to just step forward at a moment's notice and try and find a bunch of kills. Find a lot of time for the rest of Core to be able to go through. But it really is going to come down to seeing whether or not Ion's going to continue to be able to be the tip of the spear, to find that early pick. And especially against the Core, who's just been shooting extremely well. That could be a lot more difficult to do. Xander moving up this time, while Kumi and Flya try to keep that one honest, but it is going to be Smoke walking all the way up A main, trying to find that value, but already buying a lot of that space for the team.
Yeah, recognizing the investment that Xander put into Sewer and knowing that they're not going to do it on both sides of the same site at once, especially while Core hasn't given away anything on any of the other sites. Note can start taking some pot shots here in Nature on C lane to start out the early aggression, but it's Ion that you got to pay attention to. He'll start his walk down, seeing if he can get the interruption on the rotation over to this A site. As Smoke has procced out the alarm bot, but Core is going to start making more steps. Maybe try and get a deeper cut in. Shopify reading this pretty cleanly. The Core have never been a team to shy away from where they're ending up. Their attack ends up pretty telegraphable. Shopify should be keen to read these more often than not. There's the opener. Kumi staring out into the darkness. A lot down because of that. Moose with this lurk. Nature's watching all along, but Moose still wins the duel. That's the gun diff doing a little bit of damage there, huh? So now the entire stack's been convinced that Moose is facilitating the push back, so Shopify will re-outstretch, and that allows for Core to take a much easier A site. That one fight potentially handing Core another shot at this bonus round as Xander continues to spray, try to find what he can. Everybody from Shopify is going to try and get in on the action with only 13 seconds to go, but the spike will still fall nice and quick. Everybody from Shopify back even quicker, but the spray throw on top of the fast lane, including the cyber cage, makes it so easy for Core to just walk in a little farther and take their normal standard post-plant positions. Shopify doing the same. X the first step out, kills Flya on the graffiti. Now the re-extension is Satellite plays Sentry, but Note and Smoke hold their own. Drop down from Xander to get ball 3! Collection up from Xander! Stealing the bonus out and getting Shopify the lead!
Oh, that is so huge for Shopify right now. And yeah, gets it to half. We'll be able to walk over there and get another rifle. But the drop down from heaven is absolutely clean. And this is going to be one of those things. You see the moment where Ion feels like he has to go play hero, you know, puts the wall up and immediately just kind of slides through the fast lane, only to get sprayed down by all the members from Core doing that. But it's just a bit of additional discombobulation that allows Xander to slip all the way down, and just with that Bulldog in hand is able to find the headshots necessary and win the duel against Smoke, keeping SRB alive in this one. Still, a lot of economic damage kind of done here on both sides, but SRB are going to be sitting nice and pretty, enough so that Nature can buy up this Odin. Ion going to be onto this Outlaw to try and find those one-tap body shots. This Core try to re-aggress again, aiming towards Garage, try and get that information, but this time it's Exa who's got this one on lock.
Yeah, and already spraying through the wall, doing a nice little bit of chip to Note on his way in. Nothing doing with that first approach for Core, still trying to stay packed. Owl drone.
Like you said, telegraphed attack. So you're in this owl drone, but given how Core work, could be going somewhere else, but Xander's still here to receive it.
Yeah, Core wants to still duke it out, and just one more shot paid to X. Yeah, you got to give a little attention over from that. Note is able to do it. Holding down Garage as they've got to get Spike back. All the meanwhile, Link smoked away, so Shopify will pack up for the 3v3. Kumi with the rifle in hand could get a nice spray down as the smoke dissipates, but in we go. Relay bolt into Ion stepping in. Nice distraction dance done to let Nature just go wild with this Odin. And Satellite walking down! Note! Such an unfortunate disposition! Moose, only a sheriff in hand, having to watch and wait. Not a headshot landed in the fray, and Shopify will get up to 9.
Great stuff. I mean, we talk about, I feel like there's been such a spotlight on the Waylay distraction tactic, right? Like the Waylay fly in, the Waylay toss saturate, the Waylay disappear, and then the rest of the team kind of floods in off of that. But Neon really was the progenitor of that whole tactic, if you think about it. Neon just sliding through, drawing so much attention, and it's so hard to keep track of that pesky agent, allowing Nature to just walk through and get the spray down here, making it almost impossible. What started out as a little bit of a blunder coming through from QOR immediately flips back over in Shopify Rebellion Black's favor. So, timeout now being called for QOR. It's 4 rounds in a row for SRB as they've taken the lead and have 2 rounds to prove it. As once again, this was QOR's permaban. So they could be coming out with literally anything now. Who knows what they could be trying to pull off here? But the thing is they definitely need to try something new, because if they just continue to do what they're doing, well, Shopify Rebellion Black feel like they've got a really good answer to it. And I like the way that they've been playing so far in spreading themselves out and making sure to stand their ground, because that is how QOR are playing. They want to push here, take their time, maybe rotate somewhere else, maybe hit the site, but you don't want to give up anything for free to QOR.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is a map that just about every team knows, and could be any number of reasons why QOR doesn't really want to touch it over the course of this entire stage. But, you know, coachless, these players are kind of just working, I think, primarily off of that instinct of playing this map for so long, understanding the teams that they've played on before and how they compose. But, yeah, I mean, it has to be something different, because approaching so early as the crowd has led to Shopify getting a lot of free chip damage along the way down. And they have so many places to duck back into. So you have 2 TPers. Like, you can rush down really efficiently if you have enough, time. It's just, you maybe have to be a little bit sneakier, because Shopify has been rotating to cradle these pushes so often.
And honestly, on the Shopify defensive side, right? Like, yeah, they're doing a good job at denying the space, finding a kill here or there when QOR are on the entry, but I've been just really impressed with their post plant. And with how SRB want to re-engage onto the site, it always looks so clean. And they honestly do a good job of overwhelming QOR no matter how they set themselves up. I mean, you see those 2 last rounds were spike defuses where things were kind of going crazy, but that's like really where we get to see a lot of those smokes start to shine from SRB, because they just section things off, bisect the site in half, then smoke off this area, smoke off that area, and then suddenly having Ion fly in, having Nature to be able to spray down behind, it works out perfectly. Fast defense this time from SRB though, but nope, finds Xander.
Very quick, Ion there to recover after QOR abandon the rest of the stack. Just a trap wire placed. Has any time really been gained off of this QOR? Still walking into the B site with a lot of interruption on top of it. Nature just letting that drone fly in, understanding where the rest of this stack is, but Smoke has meanwhile gotten into the link and cleared away Satellite, and now with the TP back, the rest of QOR has already backed away. Shopify once again outstretching limited resources to take over against this 4 stack, but once again, pretty easy to know where they're going to end up off of that, so they'll have 2 available for it. Ion on the 45. Nature, here in hell, ready to go. Not a lot to entry with at this stage. Just 1 cloud and only 1 flash. But the dry peek is what does it. Flya able to win the Ditto.
A great job from QOR that time. Just looking to not necessarily flush out the utility, but just find a kill, get out. And then it's nice and easy pickings. They do it twice to secure 2. And then they can finally decide on when to attack. The focus shifting from controlling that map space to just controlling the number of people still alive. And yeah, call gets made. Ion and Exa will exit here. As QOR completely just overrun their individual members, taking advantage of the fact that SRB like to spread themselves out. And what was a strength becomes a weakness for SRB on this round. As QOR make it within 1 round separating these 2 teams.
Yeah, Shopify understanding how much game there is still left to play. They want to hold on to this advantage. Good to hold on to the economy for it. And you are still, it should be said, relegating Smoke to either continuing to use the operator or spending money on another gun. So if QOR want to change course from what they're doing, it is a little more difficult to do that. That being said, Smoke will get the drift this round, more than likely, so he will have another way to make that approach work that allows for Core to really skyrocket from here. So, options on the table that Shopify should 100% be aware of, so might once again want to initiate closer to the front line so that you can get the early frag, get out, force Core to kind of slow things down. Ion with this operator on the A lane. First TP to fake, and the recon gonna confirm both of those. Wow, huge.
A lot of good information, and you can see now Core swarming all of that garden area. We'll be using the Owl drone to try and scout things out while Smoke is already starting to get inserted here. A satellite could be the person to try and slow it down, but this is all just once again to get more map control for Core and get an understanding of what is where.
Yeah, we're considering the implant, but understanding it might be too dangerous. Instead, they just put the trap wire down, Smoke back out, and Shopify have very slightly leaned forward for this defensive hold now. Yeah, I mean, one left click and it's done, right? Nature with this Odin as the off angle that'll meet first. All about who peeks to open up, and that was more than likely the shot that Smoke took that'll whiff. Nature with the hop. Ion, not so unlucky. TP in from Note to gain that extra presence, or at the very least a semblance of it, and Ion with the overdrive now back online is going to be able to run rampant on the site. Not a weak point available on A, and in fact 4 members of Shopify now here. Note trying to stand it down. Ion just going to double up on the op kills this round. I need an overdrive in the first place. Fly at 13 seconds. No chance to be able to clear out C, knowing that there could still be a member on it, so he'll settle for the B plant hold and see what he can get away with on the way down.
Yeah, I mean, the spike goes down at this point, just trying to find a pretty interesting position here. I actually like this quite a bit from where Flya is going, but let's see if Ion's going to be wise to it. Flip it around, spots it out, but Flya wins the duel.
Diffuse out from Nature, as the wrap will be red, and yeah, the shock dart to normally hold will be swung on by the 2 members that are still kicking. So, yeah, Shopify's got more than enough to hold that down. And I mean, that was pressure continuously put on Core, and no real response until the engagement on the site that was already, you know, predicted to be where they would go by Shopify. Ion has the operator. He doesn't miss his first shot, has the overdrive to just go for that immediate crunch back into the Stewart. I mean, that is such powerful presence from that one Neon. Exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, 100%. And the overdrive as well, like, hey, you know what's going to make Smoke miss? If the Neon is sliding across the ground, zapping you in the face. Yeah, that's pretty difficult to try and hit that crazy shot. And that's more than enough distraction to take Shopify Rebellion Black into yet another round. Ion still has this operator here. Once again, we were seeing previously that it was Satellite, the person who was using that operator to try and challenge Smoke. But this time around, it's all on the Neon. And Ion's been looking sharp. This is going to be a tough one. Noted gets spotted out, and Noted wins the duel.
Close one, though. Ion has the confidence and the ability to hit those. But now Core can go window shopping without the threat of that operator or even the relay bolt to clear them. A lot more confidence when actually taking over. Still, though, dimensional drift to make sure there's nothing stupid directly in their faces like there is so often. Instead, just a lonely Exa on that C site, now cleared of everything besides the swarm nades, which will still cut this crowd in half. Still, approach is good. Smoke has made it to the back, and stepping out with that operator twofold! Just beyond impressive work from this guy every time he's on it. Nature's gonna have to settle for saving his own operator, as Core will more than likely have an uninterrupted 9th victorious round.
Yeah, pretty uninterrupted. I mean, you're going against this guy there, and yeah. Wow. Nature at least able to get the Hunter's Fury online. I mean, that's pretty cool, I guess, but unfortunately is going to drop the operator, as once again, it's Core understanding, hey, Smoke's kind of our win condition. As soon as Smoke is just killing them for free, then we have such an easy time. So let's just try and make sure that Smoke is set up for success yet again. Note, finding such an important kill as well. Slapping the gun out of Ion's hands, and Smoke makes that look so easy, so nice and clean.
Just do it.
Coming through.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. A big smile across that face after seeing some of those crazy sniper rifle battles, and this is still neck and neck as it's 9-10 now. Moose has that neural theft available, just needs to find a single body to utilize it on as Core look to potentially move in onto this B site.
Couple people kind of waiting at the red tape here. Smokes traded to feign the presence on the A sewer, so Core have a better chance of rushing down B with less in their face. Exa not even going to bother peeking. It looks like they'll hand this over, try to go for the full-blown crunch in the endgame. Nature's set up for a good Hunter's Fury. He will use it now, yeah. Right on top of the spike plant, does catch one, but Flya able to evade. A second tag does catch another, but Smoke in the meanwhile is able to op down Ion. On the garage, now replacing him will be Satellite. Exa pressured now by the double swing, and Core is able to make quick work of the isolated pieces. From here, it's tough to know how Shopify can even bother to respond. They might not.
Oh.
What?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Still 2v4 here. Nature looking to actually just farm up a little bit more value, but that's all going to be said and done. And really, like, this is going to sound very basic and very easy, but it feels like Shopify Rebellion Black are really relying on getting those individual kills, right? Getting that individual information, finding those first kills, and then backing out, regrouping, then overwhelming. But unfortunately, every single time they kind of push out and try and find one of those opportunities, there's somebody else from Core. Core are double stacking or triple stacking into these fights to make sure that they've got everything covered. And that's what makes it so much more difficult. SRB are not effectively able to trade off of one another, and as a result of that, they're just getting caught off guard. I mean, you see the support kind of going in there with Xander trying to toss out the paranoia so that Exa is able to find something, but then Exa is still isolated and alone. And so sure, the paranoia gets let loose, but unless Exa's got a little bit of support, then he's just going to kind of get gunned down by the numbers of people from Core rushing out there. A lot of that aggression is not not controlled or accounted for on Shopify Rebellion Black. Even you could see the hesitation on that last round. And they were just so worried of like trying to contain Core, but Core more or less exploded out of the site and were able to gain so much space towards A. It's second time out now being called for SRB. This was looking very much like it was going to be their comeback, their win onto this perma-banned map for Core. But Core have tied us up at double digits, 10-10.
For the third consecutive time now, that is what the scoreline has become. On the first map, took us to a quad OT after both teams hit 12. Second map, Core ran away with those final 3 rounds. Onus is on Shopify. Which way, Western men? Do you clutch up on your pick, or does Core take this in 3?
Deploying drone.
3 stack on the B site where Core has been able to dip into the kitty more often than not. And with the worst guns, they want to keep that pack mentality even better than Core did for the first half of their attack. Double sniper here from Core as well, it should be said. Moose opting for the outlaw, and the drop smoke will almost net him a cheeky lurk kill.
Actually, it's just been abandoned. Only a KJ bot really watching onto this A site. They know they have to play together, so this 3-man push out should more or less guarantee that the site is going to be nice and clean.
A very clean takeover here. Well, just the smoke up. No, they're going to back the spike out. Fly is all the way back in T. It seems like they want to take an even cleaner C site.
Just more mind games being spun up right now by Core.
It's crazy,
Even
dude.
though they know they've got the better weaponry. They're like, hey, we're not giving you this for free. You're not going to know anything that's going on. And SRB have more or less taken the bait here. Looks like it will potentially be a garage to B. No, yeah, just a dirty B play.
I'm out of here.
Zion is watching up top and spot smoke, but gets out.
Decoy sent in to the B site just to distract. Nature gonna get phoned out with the Odin in tow, so he can't be that much of a present threat. Ion has circled the boat here, but Kumi able to spray it through, and yeah, that lockdown is gonna force Core to get to the perimeter after they plant, and then play protect the president here, as yeah, that'll stunt Flya, but Kumi's got it held down!
All right.
And yeah, I mean, shoot, divvy up the responsibility. Everyone can do it. And 4 will stay standing, and that anti-eco could have definitely gone awry with the way that Nature was able to call that back nice and quick. But yeah, the crowd could not make it back.
No, they really couldn't. And like you see, I was like, oh, okay, all right, we're going to stick through this. I see 2 potential people who kind of get stuck up there. But then if you looked at the minimap, you could see from long, yeah, Kumi was watching down. All the rest of the reinforcements were there, trying to use the 2 people who were going to get caught as bait to just spray down and find nice, easy kills. So Core are able to get the lockdown out now. Satellite, the last person alive with a good ultimate, and uses it on this round to lock down that C site. Still though, Core, as fluid as water, moving around the map, poking and prodding on the different sites, getting out a lot of this utility, a lot of this control utility, so that it's a lot easier and there's less tools available for SRB to take on their retakes. And Smoke once again, tip of the spear moving up right into the KJ bot. That'll be all good. This is right now just that first wave of attack from Core and guessing the information, getting that space there. And okay, yeah, I was gonna say, if Note sticks that would be absolutely insane.
Yeah. As that alarm bot is clear, the rest of the crowd can hop in. Kumi with the updraft and catching Xander after the flick back onto it. Exa the only available next line of defense, and he will be quickly traded away, and the rest of Core can just continue to bulldoze. Oh my god! Smoke has not flashed himself off like once this series, and yet he just still looks so good. Moose is going for an operator now, man. Core's really trying to stick this knife in. Ultimate BM coming from Moose.
Boy.
Series point on the line, folks. Twice over. Core was sent into the losers bracket days ago. And they might just come up with one of the most dominant victories we've seen, not even just in playoffs, but in the entire stage so far.
Now, I'm not going to say that it was extremely dominant, okay? Because a lot of these maps are a lot closer, but when it is a Core round, you can just feel that it's going to be a Core round. It's so decisive early on. But Core decided to just win it out, and yeah, exactly like you said, they're just playing with their food right now. SRB on a little bit of a budget buy. They have to make this one work. Xander starting it out on the right foot.
Very quick paranoia into the TP. Great response time coming from Xander, and he's going to try to double up on that pick-off. Smoke walking it down with the operator and whiffs it. Massive implications going forward for this game. And now the back out from Xander. Just enough greed to get him by. And he will continue to stand this down. Core, the alarm has not sounded anywhere else. Why change where you're at? Just another tuck up from Flya. Trying to escort Moose into the double angle, and they have read this TP so easily. Ion trying to frag back, but he runs into a wall! And this eco is still dicey as from Shopify's Core have the 3-stack ready for the A approach.
Spike should be able to get planted here. Not a ton of retake utility. Flya will have, Hunter's Fury to try and zone him out even further here as Kumi finds one.
Oh, Exa had to make the call to get himself in, and Kumi gets the easy frag. 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters, and Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into question. No previous experience in finals, no titles among you, no backing, no coach, no problem. 3 for Core, nothing for Shopify. The Stage 1 championship is all Core's.
It was feeling like it should have been that fairy tale for Shopify Rebellion Black coming in to this, being able to beat them in the winners final. And also last year, Stage 1 as well, coming out on top very dominantly, albeit with a whole bunch of different players, but still it felt like it was destined. And yet Core, they go through a best of 5 yesterday, go through all 5 maps against SAD, and boy, do they clean it up for this finals up against SRB. It felt like they knew exactly what they were going to be doing, and they clean them out 3-0. I'm just going to say this right now. I thought it was going to be an SRB game based on how everything was playing out, but egg on my face, Core, you completely proved me wrong. And you know right now on the desk, like, Ash is probably so happy because she was the only one who thought Core was going to walk away with this, let alone in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, I'm only gonna call us back to the desk because we have to, but everyone prepare for Ash to start monologuing about how she was right all along, because god damn it, none of us were. Shopify dropping the ball, 3 consecutive maps, Core having their finger on the pulse, being the better team the whole way through. A massive congratulations to them and the 65 points they'll be receiving. Very important points, it should be regarded, but oh man, the glory, the bragging rights, that's what's definitely front and center for the moment. And I bet we'll hear it from the horse's mouth himself, the moose's mouth himself. I'm begging for it. We'll talk to the desk in a moment, and hopefully a couple members of Core, the champions of Stage 1, after this break. Don't go anywhere.
mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. You made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Defend for himself solo, and Moose gets checked. Does that want to ice this up? Flya to left for Zaj, and they're just gonna play together. The window opportunity.
You are a beast. Let's go.
Straight down the window. Exa 2v1.
On this core defense here.
This. Oh!
And with that series closeout, congratulations to QOR, our Stage 1 champions. In a 3-0 fashion, I feel like they have done the impossible. Ash, going into this, we had highlighted the map pool. We had highlighted the permaban that they just won on. Not only did they defy expectations, they exceeded them. Like, what a statement way to close out the grand finals.
Statement is the perfect way to put it there, Sierra. I mean, I was talking about it during my predictions. This is a team that is going to be able to take you by surprise when you least expect it. Roy, we talked about how the odds were stacked up against them when it came down to that veto. The advantages that Shopify Rebellion Black had, but it was stunning the performances every single individual on the side of QOR were able to put out on top of the calling out from Flya today.
Yeah, I mean, this was against all odds. QOR winning 2 of 3 out of 1, their weakest map, to their permaban in a clean fashion, looking stylish, looking flashy on all fronts, whether it was the individual heroics, whether it was the calling, the slow, grindy pace, the full control. It really did feel like QOR was locked in. They were here, they're ready to play the game. Their eyes were on the prize.
I am still just at a loss. To be able to, again, though we keep talking about the growth of these teams and these players, especially for QOR, a team that, looking at the roster on paper at the very beginning of the stage, it just went completely under the radar. Actually, we were not quite talking about this team as we were the other ones, as we were talking about SRB, as we were talking about Sleepers, NRJ, Evil Geniuses Academy, but they were just like silently putting in that work until they were undeniable.
And it's crazy to say it was silently in a way too, because in Swiss stage, they only lost that first series up against Sleepers, and they were on a crazy win streak up until their loss versus Shopify Rebellion Black just 2 days ago. And to be able to close things out on what was their permaban, all split long here on Haven, was just stunning to see. I do want to give credit to Shopify Rebellion Black. I think these players absolutely put their all into this series, but Core. We didn't know what they were going to be bringing to the table on Haven. I think they did a great job of understanding their win conditions on defense to gain them that initial lead to start things off with getting Smoke on that operator, being so disruptive, getting him on those long lines, and then the passive information that you get from Moose's Cypher setup and his utility too. It allowed the calling for Flya to come very easily in the way that they were looking to stack the rest of the core 3 around to really disrupt how Shopify Rebellion were trying to execute.
And I feel like that's really the mark of mastery, right? To kind of circle back, it's the fact that you were able to swap compositions last second, kind of just to vibe it out and kind of be realizing like, oh, this, you know, this device, for example, on Abyss would solve our problems. Let's run that against SRB, and being able to run it and it looking as good as it did, it looks completely natural. Like they've been practicing it for months, is so impressive. And obviously in the most highest stake match possible throughout the season. And this team, you guys are absolutely right, this team came from the shadows, a team that none of us really talked about at all before the season began. But to have a grand final finish like this with veto disadvantage nonetheless against a team that we considered, you know, the powerhouse roster coming into the season, a team that has progressed so nicely with time, has scaled so well with so much so many notable names and a notable organization as well, to be able to perform it in such a beautiful, clean fashion is a statement going into the rest of the year for Core.
I mean, Note was asked about at the beginning of the season, what was it about Core that made the team special? And he said that they were all friends. And I feel like you get to see that level of trust with being friends with the teammates, right? We get to see the comp switch every day. We get to see a permaban that's still going to be a victory, Ash. It seems like it was such a well-oiled machine, even when they were switching up ideas, even when it is maps that are maybe not favored for them, that they're still able to work together so cohesively.
Yeah, it is really impressive. Honestly, I was talking about it in the green room with you guys. I didn't even realize that Kumi and Note were actually playing in the same room throughout playoffs, and then getting to see them celebrate with each other as well as that closed out that final round was just so sweet. I'm really excited to see what Core is going to be able to do going forward. But for now, they can look to celebrate this win. They've absolutely made a statement, like you were saying, just at the top of ending out this map here, Sierra. And it's just been so impressive. And I feel like this is only their floor.
And just, wow, I'm honestly just genuinely so impressed with just Smoke and his progression throughout the duelist role throughout the season. It really does feel like we saw the linear exponential growth from him. It almost felt like, you know, we knew he was going to be a little bit uncomfortable in the duelist role in the beginning. He didn't look bad by any means, but throughout, with every match, with every rep, every time he showed up on that Yoru, you could clearly tell that he was getting locked in. He had such a good feel for how to find the opening picks, for how to grind out these rounds, for how to put his imprint on the meta, if you will. And you just look at his first kills, you look at how much impact he's having for this roster and how many of his kills, almost 30% of his kills this whole VO5 were opening kills. That is so incredible. And just the mastery that he's shown in this role in such a short time makes me extremely excited for his future.
I mean, there is a reason that there was a lot of hype around this player heading into this challenger stage, and to be able to see it all end off with a win is so nice. And we have none other than the star duelist himself, Smoke, on the line for our interview. Congratulations, stage 1 champion. Like, that's a 3-0 as well. Like, how does that feel? Like, you just won the whole thing.
It feels amazing. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, our expectations going into this, I mean, don't get me wrong, I just had this gut feeling that it was going to go well, but when you realistically look at things, they're Abyss, they have never lost. We have not played Haven in a match ever. We haven't scrimmed it in over a month. The odds were stacked against us. Honestly, we didn't have a great chance, but we just made it happen.
When the odds are stacked against you, then how do you get the win? Because that was such a clean series. We thought it was going to go a 5 map if we're seeing a Core win, but you win it out on your permaban. Like, how do you make that happen?
I mean, honestly, we just trusted our IGL Flya. He's by far the best IGL I've ever played with. And me personally, I just bought an op literally every single time I could. And they allow me to just kind of do what I want, and I'm able to find those openings a lot. And it just kind of flowed from there.
I mean, I want to talk about your evolution as a player throughout this stage, because when we saw you at the beginning, you had maybe about a month's experience of Duelist under your belt, and you talked about, you know, attack side, sometimes a little rough, and we were so excited though. And now you have won it all. You've gotten so many first bloods. Your impact with this op was crazy. Like, how do you feel your own growth has been throughout this? And have you felt like you've hit near what we should expect from you, or is there still a lot of growth ahead?
I mean, there's certainly growth ahead. I mean, everything we've done, like, to be honest with you, I can just say it comfortably now. We only have 3 good maps, you know? Like, we're just figuring everything out kind of on the fly. I was nervous in Swiss stage. I was nervous every match. I was nervous most of playoffs, but I finally just feel comfortable with myself. I trust my teammates completely. And I think I'll be able to show you guys a lot more.
We're certainly excited to see it as well. I want to talk about, because getting knocked into this lower bracket, you've played a lot of Valorant the last few days. We've also seen like a different look on a lot of these different maps. We've seen it a bit change things up. We get to see little tweaks here and there. So has there been a lot of work afterwards? Is it just comps that you're picking out on the fly? Like, talk to me about these different looks you showcase every day.
I mean, to be honest with you, it was just the only time I think we really changed anything was after the Bo5 against SAD, and we just knew that we weren't gonna win some maps against SR without, you know, changing things, and we made the right adjustments. Credit to them. Like, I mean, they're a BIS comp. That is one of the hardest things to beat ever. I mean, to be honest, we only won it purely off miracles. So, Note just going crazy, winning that last round. We should have never won that, but we just made it happen. We're just all insane players, and we have the chemistry, so we were able to make anything work.
I mean, I'm certainly excited for the future of this core roster, and I want to know how you feel like the future is going to be with this team, as well as the support you have received with this roster, because I feel like I'm always seeing the hashtag smoke or smokinator. Like, there's been a lot of support for your growth here.
Yeah, I got a lot of great friends. I have a lot of great fans, friends. I got a ton of people supporting me, so I'm super grateful for that. Just trying to keep it going next split, and just hopefully make it to what is it, champions or masters at the end.
A long road ahead,
Whichever one
but
we
yeah.
can qual for.
I mean, maybe let's get the 3 good maps to a 4 good maps, but honestly, with everything you're able to do in the server, I'm never doubting you guys again. Smoke, congrats on the win. Thanks for chatting, and enjoy the break till stage 2.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. I mean, to hear how they pulled it off is crazy. I love that. Yeah, I'm going to open up. We got 3 good maps. I mean, Ash, with what I've seen, I feel like they're all good maps. Like, I feel like Core could do no wrong at this point.
No, and again, I think the impressive part is to go from a grueling best-of-5 series that goes the distance to head into today and to end up 3-0ing, and the fact that he's talking about also the turnaround of like understanding the adjustments that they had to make in such a short period of time is so impressive. Like, that ability to adapt and the willingness, I think, from a team to be flexible as well and not be stuck in their ways is just so important when it does come down to competitive Valorant. This is a team that I am expecting to go far.
And they've made it so far to get to this point. Again, taking a final look at our playoff bracket, this was a team that had previously lost to SRB to be knocked down into the lower bracket. And it has definitely been, you know, a grueling last couple of days with having to go from the best-of-5 lower final that went that 5 maps into what we saw now. But Roy, with those little adjustments, the extra couple of reps, it's been a lot of work, but I think it was certainly worth it.
Oh, and the revenge must taste so nice for them as well. I mean, I think the only real loss they've had this entire split was to SRB. Like, the first match was with a stand-in, things were kind of shaken up. You know, I don't count that one. That one does not count in my eyes, okay? But after that, it's really just been SRB that they've taken their losses to. So to kind of come back and win in such a clean fashion after being knocked into lowers by SRB as well, and to just look this good must feel so nice. They're feeling great, smiles all around. They're about to have the best night of their life. They're going to remember this for a while, no doubt.
I mean, being able to get this win was certainly fantastic. That is just the first step, though, of what we're trying to do here in Challengers. Taking a look at the leaderboards, they're going to walk away with a bunch of money, but as well those valuable circuit points. Because, of course, there's a lot to build up to, Ash, when we're looking at the end of the line here. Whoever wins Stage 3 gets that win and gets that chance to get for America's play-ins. And, of course, second place with those circuit points gets to then go for the LCQ. So still a lot on the line, but 65 points is certainly a great start for Core.
Certainly, and the 10-point difference could be that big difference maker depending on how the later seasons end up panning out as we move through the season. And I think that when you're considering, you know, this win being massive here for the confidence of Core Gaming, for, you know, the faith in the community in them as well, I think that you consider, okay, yes, this is a team that I'm sure when it gets down to that third stage, they're going to want to still take that first place. But if anything does get shaken up, being able to build up these circuit points so early on is absolutely important.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but last year was almost the same thing, right? Where it came down to literally like a tiny amount of points and every match mattered, and like the standings were all shaken up and we're all just like on edge trying to figure out who's going to actually qualify for Ascensions. I feel like, the 10 points matters so much. And it's not only that, it's the actualization of the hard work that you've been putting in, the confidence, the trust that you're going to have in your team. A lot of that will go extremely far. I'm obviously very excited to not only see Core play, but I'm excited to see SRB's development, M80s, you know, all these rosters that are hard at work here in VCL, where the future stars are being created in front of us. So it's exciting times. I'm excited. Color me excited. And this has been an amazing split, everybody. It's been an absolute joy.
It really has been. And of course, with the competition that is constantly ramping up, we have talked about how close the margins have been throughout, and it's only going to be more so going on forward. As for Stage 1, that is it for us. Of course, make sure to be coming back March 11th and 12th to see our promotion relegation to catch a couple of the teams that are going to be playing in Stage 2. And of course, for Stage 2, we're going to be back March 23rd. There is still so much Valorant to be had here within Challengers, the future of our competitive scene, and I cannot wait. We hope you all enjoy the break. Good luck in your own matches, everyone. We'll see you real soon.
Defend for himself solo, and Moose gets checked. Does not want to hide this Flya to left for Daj, and they're just gonna play together. The winner!
You are a beast. Let's go.
Straight down the window. Excellent 2v1
on this core defense here.
This is... Oh!
Able to already get more than their weight. Note can frag them both back, but the spike is stranded, and Core has to make the space first. Shopify is already here to play. Ion in heaven and not checked by Moose. No turn onto it. It's just Note left against the world, and the refract is already going to double up on him. Note catches the first. It's got to be an ace in order to clutch this up, and he's managed to grab the spike back. Could fake away the rotation, but instead, the Cosmic Divide giving him that sight for free, forcing Exa and Nature to both hop down inside the Nebula to swing through the Divide. Note trying to take this on the double up. Oh, and these sidelines are curious, aren't they? Exa found ISO'd. The first tap to beckon Nature forward, to take the first map, to get the first ace of the series. As the CD fades, so too does Nature, giving the sight back over. The potential for that question back up. Do we rotate? Do we switch off? And Nature forced to acquiesce because of it, giving away that extra inch of space to turn this into a post-plant game. He's read the rotation. Note's got such an open expanse. He doesn't know that either. No way to fully check, except just peeking through. Nothing in his way. But now nothing in his kit either.
At this point, yeah. Nature has the idea that that's going down. Could be the recon pull back online. Only one shock dart remains. Snow just kind of hanging out right now, shorty in hand, a smile on his face. This might just be it.
First shot down. Slight confirmation of the position. Note did not know how far he could extend. Nature rushing it down, giving away all that noise, and now this took forever. You're 50 seconds, and Shopify hasn't even cleared through the ramps all the way.
We're gonna try and take this heaven control here, but Smoke's still just watching it. Hawk still with the operator in hand, so that's such a deadly thing to... Yeah, that's exactly how I expected that one to play out.
And Flya's position not red on the bottom here. Quick wrap again. He is just a dormouse.
total apparently right now, but nope, already in heaven.
Yeah, found one on the way down. His moves before the smoke dissipated also got away with one. Now smoke on the creep back up sewer